75,227 collected in the year 2021-2022, which is a slight increase in the gross rental income. The increase in gross income is attributed to sustenance of good occupancy rates, to an average occupancy rate of 99.5% within the 2022-2023 financial year, compared to the previous year's average occupancy rate of 98%. The expenses realized in the entire financial year totaled to Kenya shillings 5.9 million at an average of Kenya shillings 1.5 million per quarter, which consisted of the usual management fees, cleaning services, guarding services, garbage collection, gardening, lift maintenance, caretaker wages, common area utility bills, and minor costs of repairs and maintenance. High expenses were incurred in Q2 as a result of installation of 16 number CCTV cameras at a cost of 366,560 shillings. All the cameras are working and the tenants are grateful for the same. Same costs were also incurred for replacement. Same costs were incurred for replacement of the swimming pool and filter pump at a cost of 105,000. At present, the property is still performing well within occupancy rates of 99.5%, ranging from a low of 97% in the month of August 2022 and July 2023 to a high of 100% in 10 out of the 12 months between July 2022 and June 2023. Again, the report was shared separately. Minute 10, presentation of custody report. The custodian, Standard Chartered Securities Services, gave a summary of the assets in its custody as at 30th June 2023, confirming the assets were safe. And the report was also shared separately. Minute 11, presentation of administration report. The scheme administrators, Minet Financial Services Kenya, expounded on the compliance of profile of the schemes as at June 2023 and key legislative changes in the Finance Act 2023 relating to the pensions industry. Again, the report was also shared separately. Minute 12, presentation by Retirement Benefits Authority. The RBA, as the regulator, made a presentation confirming to members that the schemes are fully complied with the relevant regulations, reports filed on time, and it's managed within the guidelines of the regulator. The regulator took members through the following items: presentations on DB and DC, confirmed that both the schemes are registered, so are the service providers, and are monitored by the regulator. Also gave a presentation on the role of RBA, mortgage regulations, member rights and responsibilities, changes that have come about in the pensions industry, status, view in terms of compliance of the scheme. Testimonials by a retiree as minute 13. Wilfred Nyandieka, a retiree, gave a testimony on behalf of retirees under the Association of Kenya Airports Retired Pension Association, which he is the chairperson. He highlighted various issues that needed to be facilitated, and this included pension calculations and payment for their arrears, statements showing at all the deductions, increments, received periodic statements, annual increments that is given to active members to be extended to them, monthly pension on to be enhanced, and payment of AGM be registered. Payment of AGM allowance to be increased. In addition, he reiterated that the association is fully registered and have all the necessary documentation in place and are now a recognized entity. He further stated that apart from the above issues, they were happy that Minet's efficiency in remitting their pensions, which it's done on time. Minute 14, members' questions and answers. Members asked various questions and received responses from the respective service providers. In the same breath, members took note of the scheme's deep performance in the financial year of the previous financial year and raised a number of issues that needed that needed to be implemented by the Board of Trustees urgently, since they felt that it was a contribution to the poor performance. One, all sponsor nominees must either be active members of the scheme or deferred members. Any nominee who is on contract or has no connection with either scheme should not be appointed as a trustee. Members felt that they do not participate in the losses, since at the end of the contract they are paid gratuity in full by the employer. It was resolved unanimously by members that all future sponsor-nominated trustees must be members and contributors or deferred members of the pension scheme. The managing director or CEO should not be appointed as a trustee, since he is representing the sponsor, which is in itself a conflict of interest. Any employee from the department with the skills, competences, and qualifications from the requisite departments is eligible to be nominated as a trustee by the sponsor and should not necessarily be the general manager or head of department of the 3 departments of legal, human resource, and finance. Minute 15, election of retiree representatives under the DBS. It was noted that the term of the elected trustees representing the retirees had come to an end, and hence warranting an election. But for the fact that the DBS has an actuarial deficit meant that it is still a going concern until it's wound up. It was reported that once the deficit is cleared by the sponsor, the process of winding up will commence, as expected to take about 6 months. For purposes of continuity and consistencies, members opted to carry out elections through balloting, and 3 candidates presented themselves for election. These were Sally Ator, Julius Okello, and Walter Ochola. An election was conducted through balloting, counting was done, and being a free, fair exercise, 1 candidate, Sally Ator, emerged the winner, and the results are as listed below. Appreciation, Sally Ator registered her appreciation for having been elected as a retiree representative trustee until the DBS is officially closed down, expressing commitment, goodwill, and general support to the scheme until a term comes to an end, or whichever comes first. Minute 16, which is the AOB, the chairperson confirmed payment of lunches and bundles to members is ongoing, and members who had attended the AGM physically picked their token on their way out. Same applied to retirees. The onlines were to pick their lunches at their own pleasure. More appreciation came from members who appreciated how the AGM was conducted this season in a very inclusive manner and professionalism, whose remote areas were able to follow proceedings live. Minute 17, vote of thanks and closing prayers. Dominic Ngige moved a vote of thanks on behalf of members by first thanking the Board of Trustees for organizing a very wonderful AGM so that they can get explanations and questions answered. The scheme administrator and other service providers, regulator for giving a vote of assurance that the schemes are all compliant and run in a very transparent manner. He thanked all members for attending and raising their concerns that needed to be addressed. Trustee Charles Mathaya moved a vote of thanks on behalf of the Board of Trustees and also thanked members and service providers for their attendance and participation. Finally, the chairperson closed the meeting by requesting Member Dominic Ngigi to close with a word of prayer. There being no other business, the meeting adjourned at 4:20 p.m. on 17th November 2023.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very long session. I hope you've been able to keep up with the very detailed experience from last year. Now, for the purpose of good order, again, I would like to ask from the audience, both online and physically, from the minutes, does anybody want to state any correction or clarification before we move to the next stage? Anyone in the audience here physically or online who would like to raise any clarifications or corrections to those minutes? I'll give a chance here, a minute or two. Anyone here? If you have any comment, raise your hand. Those online, I'm sure you can use the chat functionality. Are we able to, Zamara, are we able to see on the chat online whether there are any questions? Let's have a look at that. Also, I'm made aware that we've had a lot of challenges with the online group, with the audio. I'd like to apologize for that. The service provider is doing everything they can to correct it. So please bear with us. If you have any questions, you can channel them through the chairman directly or any of the board of trustees, especially around the minutes that we have just gone through. Thank you. Anything from the online group? Any questions? No questions. Okay. From the physical audience here, any questions regarding the minutes? Yes, sir. Joshua will give you the microphone.
Okay, good morning. My name is Jackson Wanyonyi, coming from Western Region. I rise to request a clarification on minute number 14, where members made a resolution that trustees must be permanent members. What step have you taken there? Because I haven't seen anywhere giving a clarification on the same issue.
Chair. Thank you very much, Jackson, for the question. In terms of procedure, we were just now confirming that these minutes were an accurate reflection of the discussions of the day. What you're raising is a matter arising, and I will leave the Board of Trustees through the chair to respond to that at the right time. So for now, I would like us to focus our attention on the minutes themselves, whether they actually reflect the spirit and the actual discussions of the day, and where there needs to be correction, and we have it. So thank you for your question. I will let the Board of Trustees note that down and respond to you regarding a matter arising from that meeting. Okay. With those few remarks, I would like now to invite members who are here today. I'd like to ask for a proposer of the minutes. Anybody who would like to propose the minutes? By a show of hands, we'll give you a microphone so we can hear your voice clearly. Joshua, microphone? Yes, there you go.
Thank you. My name is Mwasa Philip, and I stand to propose the minutes as correct picture of what was said on that day.
Thank you very much, Philip Mwasia. Please let the record reflect that there's a proposer, Philip Mwasia, a seconder for the minutes. Anybody who would like to second the minutes? Oh, good.
Sorry, habari zenu. Mimi naitwa Esther Kiriugi. I second the minutes. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Esther. She is retired also. Esther, we work together. Happy to see you again. Looking healthy. Okay, karibuni sana. Again, I would like to insist for the people who are behind the tent, I know you can hear, but it would be really nice if you could join us inside the tent once you've had your cup of coffee. Before I proceed to the next item, I would like to recognize the presence of RBA, and I would like to invite Bosco Gicheo. Please come up stage, introduce yourself before we move to the sponsors segment.
Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. To the trustees, service providers, honorable members, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Bosco Gicheo, representing Retirement Benefits Authority in AGM today. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Bosco, and thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite the Acting Managing Director, Kenya Airports Authority, Henry Ogoe, who is going to make a statement from the sponsor. MD, karibu sana. Big round of applause.
Good morning, pensioners and workers. How many are pensioners here? I can see Nyandieka. Sally, how is retirement? Okay. I'm very poor at reading statements, but I found it very sumptuous, so I have to read it. Okay. On behalf of the sponsor, Kenya Airports Authority Board of Directors and Management, I would like to thank all members and stakeholders for being part of this year's annual general meeting. When the staff superannuation scheme was established in 1995, the objective was to have a safety net upon retirement for our valued employees. Over the years, the two schemes have grown tremendously in membership and asset base. Currently, we have 2,000 members, out of which we are also having 500 pensioners. And the two schemes have an asset base in excess of 13 billion Kenya shillings. Despite the challenges of the past, we've continued to benefit from the professional stewardship of our Board of Trustees, where we, as a sponsor, we are represented. And in the Board of Trustees, we have an water skill mix covering legal, human resource, financial, engineering, alongside other skill set, which fuses very well to move this pension fund forward. As a sponsor, we take recognition of the strides made to improve the governance structures of the schemes and to enhance the compliance level. And that's very good news for RBA. Despite the current economic challenges, we as the sponsor have ensured your contributions are up to date and remitted on time. From the report that will be shared with you later by the various service providers, you will take note that the scheme sponsor and your employer make all the contributions on a monthly basis before the 10th of the following month as required by the law. On the financing deficit, which was determined by the last actuarial valuation report, we have made those provisions in the revised budget to support the scheme. Currently, the average age in the authority, especially for the members of the scheme, is 47 years. Meaning that unless you are a PWD, you only have a window of 13 years to make good whatever you want to do. So it is going to be a lot of pressure on us to ensure that we do all that is necessary. As members, you need to be aware that for comfortable retirement, actuaries and pension industries recommend that upon retirement, you need to retain 70% of your basic. Like now, if your salary is 100,000 per month, in retirement, you should not get anything below 70. However, when a member is retiring with less than 60 per month, notwithstanding any other factor, it puts that member in a very awkward position, more so from survival perspective. And therefore, it is my appeal that we embrace annual voluntary contribution so that when it comes to retirement, you not only access that as a lump sum, but you also accumulate other benefit on a monthly basis in order to increase your gross replacement ratio. The process is very simple. Proceed and complete the annual voluntary contribution form with the pension office, and then they will guide you on the other processes. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you and as well the Board of Trustees that as a sponsor, we shall continue to walk the journey together for the benefit of our members now and upon retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MD. Big round of applause for the I'd like to invite the National Chair. Please do the same, if you can. Karibu-san.
Thank you, Doc. Just like the MD, my good friend Henry Ogoe, I also find it difficult to read speeches. I always look at them and summarize even the presentation. But because today is a great day reserved for heroines, chariots, and kings, and it involves figures, and lawyers are not good in figures, you allow me to read it verbatively. So I was asking the MD whether after the speech he will have said, wacha pia niongee mambo machache. But he said he will stick to the speech, so allow me to also stick to the speech. Dear members, on behalf of the Board of Kenya Airports Authority Staff Superannuation and Pension Scheme, it is my humble pleasure and privilege to welcome you to 2024 Annual General Meeting, AGM, and to present to you the annual report for the year ended 30th June 2024 for our schemes. As a board, our goal is to ensure that for those in staff superannuation scheme and retirement benefit promise made is fulfilled upon exit by ensuring adequate funding. For the last 13 years, since establishment, our staff pension scheme, the main objective of the board has been to optimize returns on our members with a clear view that capital preservation and adequacy to retirement benefit is achieved. This Board of Trustees is alive to the fact that service delivery to our members, pensioners, and beneficiaries is efficient and effective. I will highlight the strides made in the 1 year period under review, albeit with some challenges. You will also receive the reports from the various service provider who we have engaged to offer professional advice to the board and manage day-to-day operations of our scheme. Scheme membership and performance. A. Staff superannuation scheme. Active members of the staff superannuation scheme closed at 998, a decrease from the last financial year of 30th June 2023, which closed at active member of 1,046. The number of pensioners increased from 523 in the past financial year to 553. From 523 to 553 at the close of June 2024. This trend is expected to continue as members are expected to leave service due to retirement and more are admitted to receiving pension. There was also a slight increase in the number of deferred members, which closed at 207 from 200 in the year ended June 2023. I have indicated previously the scheme is closed. Closed scheme, which means new members are admitted. No new members are admitted. Neither does it receive any other contribution. The benefits payment amounted to 286.3 million as compared to 328.6 million in the previous year. On scheme investment, we had investments returns of 654.2 million compared to 386.6 million in the previous year. The greatest contributor of this investment income was treasury bonds, which was Kenyan shillings 650 million. The property investment at Aerocourt in Westlands also registered an increased rental income from 25.7 million in the last year to 26.1 million at the close of the financial year. It is equally essential to recognize the market movements in all asset classes that we have invested in the scheme. During the period under review, the scheme had a negative change in fair value of investment under the quoted equities, offshore and treasury bonds. This totaled to a negative 42.9 million against a negative of 310.8 million in the financial year 2022-2023. Members, dear distinguished members, the regulation 31 of Retirement Benefits Occupational Scheme of 2000 requires that a defined benefit scheme shall at least once in every 3 years be valued by an actuary. The exercise was undertaken in March 2023 and an actuary, Retiree Consultants Limited, RCL, established the scheme had a deficit of 250.2 million and a percentage of 96 funding level. As a matter of compliance, defined benefit scheme should be, as a minimum, be fully funded at 100%. In this regard, we have sought the sponsor, our main sponsor who was here, MD, support to this matter, and our request to the sponsor is to meet its obligation to the scheme in meeting its deficit in full. You remember the DBs is normally funded by the sponsor. So we have made a formal request to the sponsor to meet the deficit so that we move to the next phase. B, staff pension scheme. Members contributing actively to the staff pension scheme closed at 1,811, up from 1,766 at the close of the financial year 30th June 2023. The movement has been attributed to by 114 new members and 47 leavers due to retirement, death, resignation, or termination from employment, and an adjustment of the 2 members who were recategorized from either dormant or deferred to active membership. The sponsor is recognized for the efforts. We appreciate the efforts of the sponsor that they make to ensure that the scheme membership continues to grow through engagement of new staff and permanent and pensionable terms. Under the Post-Retirement Medical Fund, PRMF, the membership stands at 146. Contribution on the scheme amounted to 794.3 million, with a significant amount being contribution arrears arising from the salaries arrears paid to the sponsor. Last year's contribution amounted to 565.6 million. Benefits payout amounted to 265 million as compared to 329.7 million in the previous year. On scheme investments, we had investment returns of 796.2 million compared to 793 million in the previous year. The greatest contributor of this investment income was treasury bonds, which was Kenyan shillings 614 million, or 77% of the total income. It is equally important to recognize the market movements in all asset classes that we have invested in as a scheme. During the period under review, the scheme had a negative change in fair value of investment under quoted equities, offshore treasury bonds, and a positive change in fair value investment in unquoted equities. The real estate investment trust, this totals to a negative 187 against a negative of 277 million in the financial year 2022-2023. Distributable income to members, of course, stands at 10%, 10.5%. The distributable income relates to income declared excluding unrealized gains or loss arising from valuation of treasury bonds. This came into effect on 31st December 2023 through guidelines issued by the RBA in distribution of unrealized gains and losses from the changes in the value of the treasury bonds. In the absence of the law, the scheme should have distributed 11.58 for the year under review. This law is in effect cushions members a movement in valuation of government bonds, which are a bulk of our investment portfolio. We must salute the amendment of the law as members, because you realize we are now protected under that amendment. As a going concern, the Board of Trustees maintain a long-term view of the market movements and investment environment despite the short-term shocks. We are alive to what happens locally and internationally and have engaged experts on where to invest on and what time. Our fund manager, Corp Trust Investment, is put to task to ensure that the scheme takes advantage of investment opportunity and portfolios in the market, with the full realization ensuring we make sound investment of benefit of our members and of course their beneficiaries. On governance and compliance, as part of the governance, good governance, compliance and continual improvement, the board embarked on review of manual developed in 2022. This was necessitated by the changes in the law and legislation, especially with the introduction of trustee remuneration guidelines of 2023, treating customers fairly, Data Protection Act, among others. We also note that the scheme trust deed and rules needed a total review to incorporate all legislative changes and amendments made over the years. A committee of the Board of Trustees was constituted to carry out this task, and we will be having our revised trust deed and rules and manual, our trust deed rules and policy manual 2024 before the end of this calendar year. Upon realization and approval of these documents, the board shall issue a members' handbook, which is a simplified version of the trust deed and rules. We, as well as summary of the policies, we will summarize that and give you in form of a handbook so that you take it easy to understand. This, members, is a very important document to be issued to each and one of you, both printed and digital format. The retirement benefits regulation and the good governance practice require that all trustees must be vetted by RBA within 6 months of their appointment. I am thrilled to confirm to this board that this board of trustees remain compliant in this aspect, and they have passed the examination and certified by the regulator. We also, let's clap for them, because the exams are tedious. So those who are aspiring know that you must go through those tedious exams before the regulator unleashes you to the bucket. On domiciling the income drawdown fund within the staff's financial scheme, the board had embarked on this process by engaging Eminent Consulting Services on the matter. However, with the gazettement of the Retirement Benefits Income Drawdown Funds Regulation of 2023, the board will be revisiting this decision to understand the implication thereof, and if there is need of sensitization forums on regulation by the Retirement Benefits Authority as a way of familiarizing ourselves and requirements of the scheme compliance. As a board, we have strengthened the governance of our scheme by first constituting committees which have a mix of skills and expertise of individual trustees. These committees have clear terms of reference, enable the board to operate smoothly and in a more structured manner. The standing committee are Administration and Communication Committee, Finance and Investment Committee, and Audit and Risk Committee. As the board chair, I equally recognize and appreciate the good work by the committees which has enabled the board's performance and service delivery. I appreciate the good work of the Secretariat and the stewardship of the manager pension, Ms. Juliana, to support the trustees to make this scheme much better. In this regard, please allow me with a small discretion to allow the trustee to stand up and the Secretariat so that we clap for them for the good work. Tafadhali simameni wangwana. Hata sponsor pia. Sponsor wewe pia simama wapigie makofi. Thank you very much for the good work and the Secretariat for that making our scheme better. remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. The board also is for the first time conducted an internal audit for the first time. I repeat again, for the first time has conducted audit, internal audit report is the audit of the scheme with the support of the sponsor through the authorities risk and internal audit department. This exercise was meant to improve and strengthen the governance structure and continual improvement. Indeed, some of the recommendations observed already had been observed by the trustees and were being implemented, while those currently observed in the report are being implemented as we undertake continual improvement. We salute internal auditors for the support they have given us, because we ought to have gone to hire auditors. So we appreciate very much, and the recommendations are already being implemented as recommended. Provided they were not captured in the, where they were captured in the manual, the RBA takes precedence, and we will implement as per the RBA guidance and the manuals that were in existence. The regulator, Retirement Benefits Authority, also conducted inspection. We also invited, of course, the regulator to come and inspect the scheme on 12th November 2024. This session we had with the team from RBA was an eye-opener and part of overall good to improve governance and ultimately grow the betterment of our schemes. On establishment of trust fund, ladies and gentlemen, members, distinguished members, the board has realized that the unfortunate event of members' death, in the unfortunate state of members' death, their family are often left with the responsibility of caring the deceased children. Often at times, those left behind to take care of our children as guardians do not put the benefit given to them in good use. To address this challenge, the board is established a trust fund to provide for the deeds to use. Trust fund to provide for the deeds of the children left behind, including school fees, healthcare, and general upkeep. The fund shall be driven from the deceased members' accrued retirement benefits and the group life assurance benefits. As a board, we intend to utilize this trust fund to ensure that the children undergo their education and other necessities without challenge. The trust fund shall be managed by the board with the professional assistance of the current service provider in their role as the scheme administrator, fund manager, and the custodian. In revising our scheme manuals and as a way to improve our management of these benefits, the board has introduced a system to maintain the nomination of beneficiaries forms. There are two distinct from the two schemes, and members are in both schemes will be required to complete the forms, while those in staff pension scheme will be required to fill out that relates to the scheme. We are in the process of procuring for a safe to maintain our records, including the NOB forms. This shall be filled and maintained in the safe within the pension office to maintain confidentiality. I therefore urge you to complete the form attached to the annual report and return it to the pension office. You will need to fill a separate form for the staff superannuation scheme if you are a member of the scheme as well. Upcoming scheme events, just as a highlight, members, as part of the scheme policy, the board shall embark on conducting member education across all stations within the financial year 2024-2025. The board also plans to have a members' day during this year in which members will have an opportunity to interact one-on-one with the service providers, the regulator, the trustees, the pension secretariat, and the pension secretariat. We propose to have pension champions to create awareness, and the dates on these major scheme events will be shared in due course. In regard to board composition and continuity, ladies and gentlemen, in the financial year ended June 2024, we had new trustees who joined the board while others retired. And I'm confident to report to you that Trustee Dr. Rogers Manana, yours truly, and Victor Njeru were re-elected by members to serve for their second and final terms of 3 years. So in the next 2 years, my good friend Victor and I will be retiring, and the law is the law. So start preparing those who want to serve. Please be prepared. So the two are elected, re-elected. In this regard, the members also elected Trustee Hannah Njuguna to replace Grace Munga, while the pensioners elected Trustee Sally Ator to replace Willis Nyandieka, my good friend senior who is here in the board. On the sponsor side, Trustee Dr. Rebecca Lomong Arupe, a director in the KA board of directors, was appointed to the superannuation scheme, while Trustee Dr. Mohammed Gedi, the general manager of finance, was appointed to replace Patrick Chonde, while Trustee Frid Ambugwa, the corporation secretary, was appointed to replace Margaret Munene. We would like to thank the outgoing trustees for their service, dedication, and equally welcome the new trustees in the board as they keep up their new roles. Each of the trustees bring in a wealth of experience from their professional background. This will steer the scheme into the great heights of success. So we appreciate those who retired and equally acknowledge our very good colleagues who are adding value to the scheme. On scheme service providers, at the beginning of the financial year 2022-2023, the Board of Trustees embarked on procuring processes of scheme service providers. This was done as part of good governance practices, considering that the contracts with service providers had expired many years ago, and equally to ensure that service providers operate within the agreed service level, the service standards as guided by the Public Procurement and Disposal Act of 2015. The board embarked on a competitive procurement process for the various services providers. In this regard, CopTrust Service Limited was appointed as the scheme fund manager October 2020, taking over from Sanlam. I think it's 2023, sorry. Taking over from Sanlam Investment Limited for external auditor service. MGI Alcam LLP were appointed as the scheme's external auditors effective 1st July 2024, taking over from Mazars. The scheme administrator scheme, Zamara Actuaries and Consultants Limited, have been taken over from Minet Kenya Services Limited effective 1st November 2024. There was no change on the custodian, which is the bank, Standard Chartered, due to non-responsiveness of the tender processes. The board shall, however, retain the current custodian, Standard Chartered Bank Limited, given the changes that have happened in a contingent measure and their good performance and the reputable of the bank. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate that some of the contracts in existence that we found had dated as early as 1996, and they had not been renewed. So it was incumbent upon the board to make a bold decision and go the competitive way. And we are glad also to report that the process is seamless, and the new team is supporting, including the old team that's starting over. They are still supportive. And we want to appreciate you, Robert, for the great work you've done, and we continue supporting. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the outgoing service providers who have built a long-standing relation with the staff superannuation scheme since 1996. As you live, we wish you the best in your future endeavors and promise for continual engagement despite the contractual completion. As for the incoming service providers, as a board, we shall continue to hold you to high standard of service delivery for the period that we shall be together. Don't expect to be a flower process. We'll hold you to account. To assure from the member, the assurance from the board is that neither the members, pensioners, nor the beneficiary shall feel the change, as we shall ensure it is done in a seamless manner. Conclusion. I assure members and the sponsors seated here today that the board remains committed to the stewardship of highest standard of service delivery, and we are consistently reminded of our fiduciary role. Rest assured, sir, that as we seek to deliver our mandate, we continue to rely on your support members as we carry out this noble duty to our great nation, Kenya. My sincere gratitude goes to the members, fellow trustees, the pension office, service providers, our regulator, for your continued support. May God continue to bless you, Kenya Airport Authority, and our beloved country, Kenya. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, to pen off by this favorite quote that I like quoting wherever I go. And it was authored by Martin Luther King Jr. It says, if a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep the streets, even as the Michael Gold painted, or Beethoven composed music, or Shakespeare wrote poetry. He should sweep the street so well that the hosts or heaven and earth will pause to say, here lived a great street sweeper who did his job well. So if we are called a street sweeper, we have done our work. We are sweeping the streets. And one upon a time, in the future, people may they lift a great board that sweep the streets. As we are a month away from the close of 2024, on behalf of the board, I wish you all Merry Christmas and prosperous year of 2025. God bless you all. Merci beaucoup. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. Sorry, it was a long speech. I will not add like ya moja kusema wacha niongeze yangu. I will sit down with those long speech. Thank you.
A big round of applause for the chairman. Should I also start? Well, thank you very much. I am convinced that the board has taken its time to exercise its fiduciary responsibility. We, as members and potential retirees, to stand firm in the knowledge that the talent assembled to make this pension fund successful, doing its job. We have one more individual coming from the retiree group. All right, I'm advised that our acting CEO is about to exit the premises for another engagement. Does anybody here have any particular question directed to the acting managing director, KA? This is your chance. By show of hands, the mic can go around. Yes, there is one question there for the acting managing director. Any other question? Any other person so that we can plan ourselves? All right, one question, MD. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Alex Wako. I have a question for the MD. I appreciate his speech. He mentioned about us, we consider topping up to our pensions. But my question is, Bwana MD, I don't know whether you had received some complaints. Our payslip is reading negatives because of these deductions. So I don't know, how are we going to contribute to top up on our pension if our payslip is in the ICU? I think this one you can be able to explain to us. Thank you.
While the mic is coming to the acting MD, anybody else with a question for the MD? I think that was a very heavy question. And another heavy question is coming. Okay, why don't we take the two questions at the same time? Allow the gentleman to proceed.
Yeah, morning everyone. My question is just centered on our colleagues who have just exited the organization. It's about, I heard you are talking about something to do with the Zamara. You'll expound on that. But when we were transitioning from Mine to Zamara, did the information flow to the staff? That's the first question. The second question is about the monthly pension is determined by the lump payment, and of which I think this one should be expedited for the betterment of the members. There's a delay. Our staff who have just existed are suffering. Kindly expedite that so that they can also benefit. We are also headed there soon. In 2 years' time, we are also retiring. So let not this one be a belated issue. Thank you, sir, with those few remarks.
Okay, back again to the podium. Those questions are very difficult. Maybe I may get 0 out of 100. But let me start off with the last one. You know, we are a government body, and whatever we do, we must follow due process. So whenever arrears are paid, what normally happens is that you clear with the people who are already on board. Once that one is done, we retreat and scale through the remaining and have that payment done. And that is what has happened to date. And given your concern, we'll do our best and ensure that you don't suffer that, okay? You know, that retirement is everybody's responsibility. It reminds me of some time I lost an uncle, and I got a madman who was telling us, Saurienu, Saurienu. It is as if he will not die, okay? So the thing is, my brother, Yusuf, we'll address it, okay? We'll address it. Okay, on the issue of what? The payslips which are in ICU. I don't know of a payslip which is breathing. But colleagues, I know some of us, I use a different phrase that I know some of you have experienced salary increment drought, ukame, okay? I know some of you, I think the last time, like I don't think whether my salary has changed since 2018. Yeah, but we are surviving. Now back to the question. I think we have a very responsive board. What we normally do is that if I remind you of our strategic plan, we are looking at business growth, and to grow that business, you must salute the environment, and for you to, if you salute the environment, you are operationally efficient, and for you to be operationally efficient, you need talent, and that talent comes from staff. So the staff must be happy for you to succeed. So according to that flow, it is called the waterfall flow. According to that, the board has been very kind enough. Within next month, we'll be retiring 3 CBAs, 2016, 2019, 2020, 2023, 2024, 2027. 99% of the work has been done. The only thing which you should know is that constitutionally, SRC is supposed to be part of the process. SRC as of now is not properly constituted. It is the prayer of management that by next week, Tuesday, Parliament will clear the will pave the way for the SRC commissioners so that they can be properly constituted. The management even explored a route if we could go to court and register consent with the union leadership and have this thing signed and payment done. But we were advised that in the last visit of the court, it was advised that the court cannot usurp the role of SRC. So what we are doing, bear with us. We've done all what it takes, and it is just a matter of time. Because like now from KA Books, we are looking at a liability because we have underscored the fact that we owe you some money running up to 2027. So that one is going to be done. It is my hope that within the next 2 weeks, we'll be talking of these things in past tense. That is for the union management. We are also looking at what we can do with the management, but the approval process also has to walk some route. But we'll do all what it takes to convince the approvers or the clearance authority so that management is also considered. Going forward, we even want to, in January, we are going to work with two bodies. We'll work with Public Service Commission to review the structure so that we give staff, we put structure properly. Employees in a proper structure. Second, we'll also be working with Salaries and Remuneration Commission purposefully to address the salary gaps. For people who may not be aware, K is not just another ordinary parastatal. We are the first point of contact between the outside world and this country. In fact, our meetings will start with the national anthem because we are not just an ordinary ward. In fact, even if you look at our revenue structure, you may think that we are operating from the US, okay? 70% of our revenue is dollar denominated, okay? So, we are not just any other word, parastatal in the sense of a parastatal. And if you want to know that KA is what is a critical parastatal, sit in the MD's office, you will know, okay? So, with that, we also want the staff to mirror that image, okay? In terms of character, in terms of competence, and even in terms of career growth. So the management is not asleep. We are working with the board to address some of your concerns because if we succeed on the other side is when even the pension scheme will succeed and everybody will be a winner. I don't want some of my friends here, including myself, to retire to go and die, but I want to retire and go and live an equivalent number of years I spent while up to the time I exited the authority. Unless somebody has any other question, those other ones are work in progress, and we not delay them unnecessarily. But we'll also do them within the law, so that at the end of it, when I exit the office, you don't come to it. You don't take Route 44 to come and see me in committee, or Route 11 to come and see me in industrial area. But you will be coming home to visit me, and then we have a nice time together. But I assure you that everything is being done, and I have my distinguished director here who is chairing human resource, and he can corroborate all the things which I'm saying here. They are not rumors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MD. Big round of applause. So, ni kama kuna pesa mahali. Hivyo ndio tumesikia. Ama tumesikia vibaya? Ni kama kuna pesa mahali. Haya. With those few and many remarks, we would like to excuse the Managing Director, Acting Managing Director K. And once again, thank you for taking time out of your schedule to join us at this auspicious occasion. And thank you once again for the question, Alex. Hiyo ilikuwa swali muhimu sana. Ilikuwa nataka kuuliza. Asante sana. I would like to invite now a very distinguished member of this community, one Willis Nyandieka, who goes by no further introduction. Karibu sana. Karibu. Tumkaribishe kabisa. Karibu bwana Nyandieka. So Willis Nyandieka is a retiree's representative, and he's going to be presenting here on behalf of the retirees a statement. Please, karibu sana mzee. Karibu.
The K fraternity, that is the active members and the retired ones. As you have heard, my names are Willis Nyandieka. I used to work in IKEA about 18 years ago. I now represent the retirees as the chairman. And first, before I read the chairman's report, I want everybody to say, God is good, and all the time, yes, that living God touched the president to cancel a done deal, which would have caused a disruption in our operations. So, secondly, I would want to recognize the competence of the existing Board of Trustees, whose performance has been reflected in the performance of the schemes as demonstrated in the financial statements. You have heard the outline from the chairman, who has talked about the installation of corporate governance structures, which is very critical to make any entity to succeed. So, Chairman, I thank you, appreciate you with your team, and hope that those who will come on will borrow the leaf so that they protect the funds of those who will retire. I want everybody to know retirement is an equalizer. Whether you are an MD, whether you are anybody, it brings you to talk the same language with those who are lower in the organization. So, when you are working, remember you are headed to that direction. So for now, I want to read my report to the retirees. Dear members, the following is the CARIPA, that is the Kenya Airports Authority Retirement Pensioners Association, which will welcome you when you retire. That briefly captures the objectives of our association and highlights key areas of concern that should be addressed by KA as the sponsor and the Board of Trustees. Introduction. The Kenya Airports Authority Retired Pension Association draws its membership from retired staff of KA. It held its inaugural AGM at the All Saints Cathedral along Valley Road, Nairobi on Friday, 1st September 2023. Besides operating as a welfare organization for its members, the association represents and champions the rights of retired staff that formerly worked at KA. It has a constitution and the bylaws which have been used to seek official registration as a legal entity. The elected officials are Chairman Willis Nyandieka, Vice Chairman Calvin Opundo, Secretary George Karancha, Assistant Secretary James Wambua, Treasurer Agnes Owol, Supervisory Committee Sari Yatol, Supervisory Committee also is Elizabeth Musau, and the Legal Counsel is Victor Arika. The officials are served for a period of 2 years on a rotational basis as shall be specified within the Constitution. Welfare benefits. Along said parameters, members enjoy contributory benefits when they or their kin are hospitalized or there is a death. This has brought in unity and mutual respect and self-reliance by members when they are confronted with matters requiring a joint approach to realize a common purpose. Winding up of DP scheme. During the Care Pension Scheme Members' Day held last Friday, 10th of November 2023, it was reported that the Defined Benefits Scheme DP had accumulated a loss of 250.2 million in asset value, which would be borne by KA within a remedial period of 6 months. This was as per the actual report evaluation as of 31st March 2023. In the special board meeting held on 25th November 2020, the board resolved under minute number S/2/11/2020 to award a one-off 10% pension increment to those retirees existing as at 30th June 2020 with effect from 1st July 2020 based on the accrual evaluation which indicated a surplus as at 30th June 2020. However, for unknown reasons, someone took a unilateral decision not to pay what had been resolved at the board without coming back to the board for revocation. This happened despite the fact that the actuary, ICL, had been paid about 400,000 for actual evaluation that revealed the scheme was in a surplus position of 632.6 million. The retirees are requesting for the following. As KA is paying off the 250.2 million deficit for the DP scheme, it also factors in the 10 one-off unpaid annual pension increment to pay the retiree staff who had been awarded the increment by the board with effect from 1st July 2020. But somehow, someone unilaterally decided not to pay without coming back to the board for revocation. For the DC scheme, retirees' annual increment for the year 2019, when the scheme had a surplus, according to the evaluation report, be granted, as members get an annual incremental percentage reflected in their statements. Pensioners should similarly receive increments since the scheme continues to invest funds and receive high returns. Contributory Post-Retirement Medical Scheme, the PRMS. This medical scheme came into operation long after most of the current retirees had exited KA. Given the fact that being in retirement analogically can be perceived as an old vehicle purchased long time ago that requires regular maintenance to be functional, the current retirees got possessed of this fact and agreed as an association for each member to contribute monthly to this cause at the rate of 500 shillings since September 2023. However, going into the market to source for insurance medical covers, we found that the cost is very prohibitive. Consequently, at the current contribution rate, it will take years to realize this dream of having medical covers for retirees, and by that time, it may be too late for some of the retirees who may have passed on due to lack of medical covers over them. It is in this vein that we as an association have resolved to approach our helpful and understanding sponsor, KA, through the board to accede to our request of matching each member contribution of 500 shillings per month as part of the sponsor's social responsibility to KA, retired community, until convergence with members currently contributing to PRMS. This kind gesture will accelerate the acquisition of medical covers for the retirees and form an indelible mark of appreciation on the minds of the retirees about their former employer and sponsor. We request that if this proposal is accepted to the sponsor, then the amount be included in the remedial plan for the DP scheme in regularizing the deficit of 251 million. We shall avail data on the current number of retirees in our association. 6, payment of retirees' arrears on increased staff benefits. We have noted with gratitude of recent payment of pending claims for retirees. However, there are still more pending claims to be processed and paid. As we have noted before, there is a very clear operational disconnect between the payroll office and pension office in the human resource and administration department and the cash office in the finance department in terms of the following: timely processing of payments, claims at the payroll office, forwarding of payment claims with supporting documents to cash office and subsequent remitting to the retiree's account at the bank, communicating to the administrator with supporting documentation by the pension office and the cash office, lack of reconciling initiative of pending claims and communicating to the affected retirees. We request that the above operational hiccup be urgently addressed as it greatly affects efficient and timely delivery of service to retirees. Some of the retirees use their own resources to follow up their claims at a great cost of time and money. Samara Actuaries Administrators Consultant Limited. Following the conclusion of the procurement process for a new scheme administrator, Samara Actuaries Administrators Consultant Limited, have come on board effective from 1st November 2024. We wish to offer them our congratulations and welcome to serve the existing staff and those that have retired besides other KA current members. In the same vein, we wish to thank Minet Kenya for the good service that they have over the KA pensioners for over 20 years. In a special way, we single out and offer great attitude to Mr. Patito Teach, who was Minet Kenya's pension administrator in charge of KA. We wish them the best in their future endeavors. We assume the adage, a new broom sweeps clean, will apply to Samara Actuaries. Carebe, the CAPA expectation of their performance in offering efficient and prompt service rank high up there. These are some of our expectations. Prompt remittance of retirees' dues by 22nd and not later by 25th of every month. We are happy to confirm that Minet Kenya has promptly complied with this without fail. Constant follow-up of unpaid retirees' dues with KA, and they communicate the status they concerned thereto. Remittance of annual statements to retirees for purpose of filing annual tax returns. Being accessible to retirees or their representative in times of need and organize educational sessions for pension matters. Payment of one-off 10% pension increment. We kindly request that among the first assignments of Samara Actuaries is to embark on payment of retirees' annual increment from 1st January 2025, backdated to 1st July 2020, as resolved in the special board meeting held on 25th November 2020. It was observed in the last AGM that as soon as the actual report is ready, retirees would stand to benefit with a view of their monthly pension payments. Lastly, modest privileges for retirees. Just like Kenya Airways, where retirees are accorded a privilege in the form of complimentary tickets, which serve as an appreciation of their contribution to the company based on the same reasoning, during the tenure as employees of KA, the retired former employees immensely contributed the current status and the growth of KA to the level where it is, from a disastrous position that matched that of Kenya Railways then. We at CAPA, in consideration of the above contribution, which are discernible by all, without requesting for unnecessary special favors through the board, asked for the following modest privileges: special security passes for retirees be made marked with the KA retiree to enable them access all airports without compromising the security of the airport, because these passes will indicate the details of the retiree and the associated number in a special register to be maintained in all airport security offices. This privilege is meant to facilitate their movement when they are traveling. Free entry to all airports for retirees' vehicle through caps and access to staff parking areas. Free access to all airport launches when the retirees are traveling. So finally, it is important to note that this privilege will not only apply to the current retirees, but even to future retirees. Yours faithfully, Willis Nyandieka. Thank you.
Our dear senior, Willis Nyandieka. Let us allow him to sit down first. Karibu sana, Willis Nyandieka. There's something I've taken away from you today. You said retirement is the great equalizer. It doesn't matter. Thank you. I know the MD is here. I know the MD is here. Karibu MD. Karibu.
You know, I wanted to leave before Willie speaks. So Willis, we've heard you. Out of prudence, I'll never give you a yes or no. We'll subject your request to their approval authority. Then we'll check what is workable and what is not. But on the issue of passes, the policy is very clear that you only qualify if you spend 90% of your time within the airport. And we've implemented religiously. Earlier it was being abused. From August 2023, we've implemented it to the letter. If there's anything the management can accede to the retirees, we let them know, having gone through the due process, so that whatever thing we do is within the laid down regulations and we don't violate anything. Otherwise, let me take this opportunity to thank you for a job well done. I can see you are still as vibrant as the way you used to be, meaning that things are working. In fact, I was expecting, I never expected our retirees to be so emancipated, and I can see that you are very vibrant, and meaning that we are a great organization. Thank you.
Thank you, MD. I think we'll allow the acting manager, Director KA, to exit. And thank you very much, MD, for gracing the occasion. So Willis Nyandieka, back to you. Retirement is a great equalizer. It looks to me as though Karpa is doing very well. We will only support you where we can. Thank you so much. Are there members of Karpa here? Mutusalimie. You are not alone. You didn't come alone, did you? Watu wa Karpa wasimame tuwaone, tuwapigie makofi. These are the ones who are ahead of us at the moment. Karibu sana. Karibu chair. Thank you for coming. And thank you for the rest of you who are joining us. We're not running too badly on time. We're about 20 minutes behind. The next part of the discussion is for the audited financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024. I would like to invite Evelyn Kayume of MGI Alekim LLP to come up stage. Karibu sana. Evelyn, I don't know if you will have something broadcast on the screen. Is that the plan? Because when it comes to financial statements, people either have them or they have to be shown. You have them. By a show of hands, does everybody have a copy of the financial statements? as we begin this session? By a show of hands, who does not have the financial statements? Okay. Is somebody going to project? Secretariat, can somebody do something about that gap in knowledge before we proceed? I don't want people to be hearing things they cannot relay and see what it's saying. What do we do? There's a nice feature called WhatsApp. What do we do? I'm just going to wait for advice here for a second so that we start on the right foot. What do you reckon, Victor? Okay, so we have to be a bit more strategic now. The members of CARPA, I understand on your WhatsApp group you have the financials, so please have a look and confirm. Other one is those who are active members. We all received an email from Evelyn with the financial statements. Please make a reference to that as soon as you can on your phones or any other devices. And the third one will project summarized version of the financial statements on the screen behind. I hope that's something we can work with. Anyone of a different opinion? Silence means consent, so let's proceed. Evelyn, please take the floor.
Good morning, members. My name is Evelyn Kayume from MGI Alekim. Sorry. So I'm excited. I'm here to present the audited financial statement for Kenya Airport Authority for the two pension schemes, that is DBS and the staff pension. Before I go to the report, allow me to appreciate the Secretariat, the trustee for the support they gave us during the audit. To the service providers, thank you for the cooperation. We are one service providers who has to interact with the other service providers, that is during the audit, and we cannot be able to produce this document without the support of the other service providers and their cooperation. So we appreciate the fact that they were willing to provide us with the information and the support of the trustee and the secretariat. And generally, members for lending us the years to listen to our report today. Thank you so much. Without much ado, I will just go direct to the report, and I will start with the report of DBS. I will start with the report of the statement of changes in net asset available for benefit, that is the performance of the pension of the scheme. For the year 2024, the year ended 30th June 2024. Benefits paid for the year 2024 amounted to 286 million. With the returns on investment of net returns of investment of 654 million. This comprise of investment income from changes in fair value of the asset of net of 42.6 million, investment income of 752, Then we have investment property expenses of 5.6 million and the expenses of 50 million. So in total, net return on investment amounted to 654 million at the end of the year ended 30th June 2024. This brings us or result to increase in asset of the year for the year headed 30th June 2024 of 367.8 million. Net asset available for benefit at the start of the year was 5.9 million, together with the increase in net asset of the available for benefit at the net increase in net asset for the year. It gives us 6.2 billion at the end of the year. So the net asset available for benefit at the end of the year headed 30th June 2024 amounted to 6.275 billion. That brings us to the head for the presentation of the performance of the scheme for the year headed 30th June 2024. Next is the statement of financial position. That is the asset and liabilities for the scheme as at close of business 30th June 2024. Under the non-current asset, the scheme had two items. Number one is investment property, which stood as 5.5 million, with no movement from previous year. The asset was lastly valued in 2022, so the building or the property was not valued during the year under review. The value remained the same. Next is the investment at fair value, which stood as at 5.7 B at the close of the year, giving us total non-current asset of 6.2 B. Next is current asset, which comprises of two items, that is receivables and the cash at bank. As at close of the year, the receivables balance stood as 658,000. Cash at bank stood as 28.7 million, giving us total current asset of 29.3 million. Liabilities for the scheme for the year under review, we had two categories of liabilities. That is unpaid benefits, which stood at 24.5 million, and the other payables and the accrued expenses of 22.9 million. Total liabilities for the scheme at the close of business 30th June 2024 stood at 47.4 million, giving us net current asset of negative 18 million at the close of business. With this, the total net asset, that is both asset, net current asset available for benefit, stood at 6.2 million, financed by members' funds, which is equivalent to 6.2 million. That brings us to the head of a presentation of the financial position of the scheme at the close of business, 30th June 2024. With that, I will go direct to our report, that is the auditor's report. That is where we have given the opinion on the numbers that we were able to audit, whether we got the information that we needed to be able to make this audit opinion. And it is found on page number 9, first paragraph. I'm going to read the report, paragraph 1 and 2. That is the report on the audit of the financial statement. and our opinion goes like this. We audited the accompanying financial statement of Kenya Airport Authority Staff Superannuation Scheme set on page 11 to 21, which comprises of statement of financial position as at 30th June 2024, the statement of income and expenditure, and the statement of changes in fund balances and cash flows for the year then ended. In our opinion, the financial statement gives a true and fair view of the financial position of the scheme as at 30th June 2024 and of its financial performance and the cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with the IFRS and the Retirement Benefit Regulation 2000. Thank you. That's the report for DBS. I will... with the permission of the chair, I will go to the next, the report of the staff pension scheme. Then later I will be able to pick questions from the members. Report of the staff pension scheme. I will take you members to page number 11, where we have the performance of the scheme. And like in DBS, the staff pension scheme, we have both the contributions and the benefit paid. This, we have them under category called dealing with the members, because this is where we have things to do with the members, contribution and the payment. And for the year ended 30th June 2024, contribution received from the members, from the pensioners and everyone is 794 million. Then we had another item called transfer hints, which we received 206,000. Together with the benefits paid to leavers of 264.9 million, which gives us a net increase from dealing with members of 529.5 million. Next, we have returns on investment. At the close of business, 30th June 2024, investment income stood as 796.2 million. Then we have changes in fair value of investment, or the investment that movement in asset that's investment that the scheme has invested in of negative 100,000. Then we have investment at admin expenses, which stood at 52.9 million. And like for DBS staff pension scheme, we have tax expense, that is a tax on investment income coming from unregistered scheme, that stood at 45%, 45 million. That is that percent of the net income from unregistered scheme. Thus giving us a net return on investment of 697.2 million. Increase in net asset for the year stood at 1.2 billion. At the beginning of the year, net asset available for the benefits was 6.1, total giving us a total of net asset available for benefit at the end of the year of 7.3 billion, sorry for that. Next is the statement of financial position, where we have assets and liabilities for the staff pension scheme. Under non-current asset for the staff pension scheme, we have only investment, which stood at 7.3 billion at the close of business 30th June 2024. Next, we have current asset, that is both receivables and the cash at bank of 51.8 million and 809,000, totaling to 52.6 million current asset at close of business 30th June. This Under this scheme, we also have current liabilities. And under current liabilities, we have unpaid benefit, which stood at 4.7 million. By the time the year was closing, there was a tax balance of 183,000, and the other payables and accrued expenses stood at 19.1 million, totaling to 24 million at the close of business for current liabilities. Thus, giving us net current asset at the close of business, 30th June 2024 of 28.5 million. Net asset available for benefit stood at 7.3, represented by members' fund of 7.3 billion. That brings me to the head of presentation for the numbers. Again, I'll take you back to page number 9, where we have our audit opinion. And in our opinion is that, in our opinion, we audited the financial statement, and we confirm that they give a true and fair view of the financial position of the scheme as at 30th June 2024, and of its financial performance and the cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards and the RMBA Regulations 2000. Thank you. That's the report. What we are giving is a clean audit opinion, confirming that we did the audit. We requested for documents that we needed to have verified. We got the evidence that these numbers are correct, they are accurate. That's why we are able to issue unqualified audit opinion. Thank you.
We're going to have the questions a bit later. Members, I see we have had a very good review there for both schemes. Through your indulgence, can I ask that if there are any questions, we save them for the Q&A session that's coming up later, so that we can review all the service providers' reports. Chair, I think we can agree. Chair, with your permission, I think we can agree we proceed with the presentations, and then we're going to have the questions at the Q&A session. So members, that's how we're going to proceed. And with that, I would like to invite George Gakonjo of Corp Trust. Karibu sana. Please do the same. I'm sure yours is not going to be too complicated. Okay, good. Karibu. Karibu sana. Do you need something to project? Okay.
Board of Trustees, the chairman, Dr. Manana, service providers and members, good morning. Good morning again. So my name is George Gikunju from Corp Trust Investment Services, the current fund managers of the scheme. We took over this scheme from last year. So what I'll be reporting are 9 months figures. I know statements have already been distributed and members are aware of their balances.
2023 and 2022. But from the numbers and what we've already reported to the trustees, you can clearly
is to do investments, to make investment decisions, and also guide the trustees on how to comply with regulations regarding investments. So we meet on quarterly basis. So even when you go home, we don't wait until the end of the year to come and report numbers. We sit down with your trustees. We have very candid discussions on strategy. We also get to report on our performance, transactions. And I can assure you members that you have one of the best board of trustees. I can attest to that. In terms of the discussions that we have, in terms of the interest and the questions that we get from the board, in terms of what we're doing and what we're planning to do going forward. So rest assured that as much as we have another 12 months before we meet for the next AGM, your trustees and the board of trustees is keeping us on our toes. So just a summary of what happened last year. Remember, all the investments that we do are based on how the economy is performing. I know we have regulations, we have RBA, and we have our own internal investment policy statement, which is given to us by your trustees. The investment policy statement gives us a guideline on how to invest. So it looks at the age liability profile of membership and also incorporates the Retirement Benefits Authority regulations on how to do investments. As your fund managers is to do research and make sure that any transaction that we do, any investment decision that we do is in line first with the regulations, RBA, and also with the investment policy statement, which is very specific to the schemes. And I can assure you that for the two schemes, we have documents which are active, investment policy statements for the two schemes, which reflects where the trustees and what the membership dictates of the fund manager. And I think if I look at last year, I know we had a very challenging 2 years, both on the stock market and on interest rates. We know the pressure that has been there on government borrowing. And the government borrowing, anytime you see desperation and pressure from government borrowing, you see interest rates going up. So that is what we saw last year and up to June, July of this year, a bit of pressure on government borrowing, which meant that interest rates went up. However, I know members are used to a scenario where anytime interest rates go up, the valuation of bonds goes down. And it was clear from what was presented by the auditor that that is what we experienced last year. I know when the regulator comes to talk, he will also mention about the change in regulations, what we saw last year, December, that any unrealized gains or losses from bonds will now not be distributed to the members. I will repeat that any unrealized gains or losses coming from the government bonds will not be distributed to the members. So that shielded our membership last year, that as much as interest rates went up and the valuation on bonds went down, meaning we reported a negative, we reported a loss and realized loss on bonds, that did not go to your statements. So I know we have more than 90%, actually more than 80% of our investments in government bonds. So it takes the biggest chunk of the investments, and that is by design. We want to protect this scheme, we want to protect capital and to preserve capital. And the safest asset class to invest in are the government bonds. I know there are questions, and we've seen questions about what would happen if the government was to default. And these are very valid concerns. The assurance we've met with central bank, we've met with government officials, and the assurance that we've gotten, the clearest signal that we saw is the government being able to repay on the Eurobond. I know there were fears this year on whether the government will be able to repay that. I would also want to say, why do I say that it is the safest asset class? Even globally, that even the stock market, whatever counters you've invested in, I will give example of a bank, that most of the bonds issued by the government are actually held by commercial banks. So if, and in countries that we've seen default, the stock market also suffers, because the banks, the counters that you've invested in, have also invested in government bonds. So the safest asset class in all angles, that is the government bonds, and that's why they are called risk-free. And this is where we've put the biggest chunk of our investments. And this has actually protected the scheme very much. If you look at the income that we got, when the government was issuing bonds at those high rates, we took advantage of that. And it's clear, even from the numbers, that government securities gave the highest return in terms of income. And this goes back to the point I mentioned, that your trustees are very keen in terms of where this money is being invested in. I understand the last 2 AGMs, the concerns which were raised by members in terms of when you invest in some asset classes, the stock market and all that, are we exposing the scheme of assets to a lot of risk? I would want members to understand and to maybe to get a point that different asset classes have different risk profiles. That in the stock market, you have a high risk profile. When you go there, it's high risk and high expected return. In the government bonds, it's moderate to low risk with also lower expected returns. So we're getting a bit of caution, a bit of insulation by investing in government bonds. But also when the stock market recovers, though we also have a bit of investments in the stock market, you see a bit of a difference. Schemes that have a lot of a big proportion in stocks compared to a big proportion in the fixed income asset class. But as it is, we're very comfortable. We've reported very decent returns both from both asset classes. Both returns for the DB scheme and the DC scheme are being double digits, marginally above 10%. And just an update, as I come to the end of my presentation, I know the numbers don't lie. So that's why I'm doing more of explaining the numbers than looking at the numbers themselves. I know the auditor covered the numbers very well. So I'll not look at the specific numbers. I'm just trying to explain why we have what we have in the financials. I want to give an update by September, which is 1 quarter after your year end, that the scheme continues to report very strong returns. And I can say that from January to, actually from the last 12 months, that COP Trust has been in office. That is from from September 2023 to September of 2024. These are numbers that have already been reported to your trustees, that the scheme has cumulatively done 14.6%. So we hope that for the next, as your fund managers together with your trustees, that the remaining 4 quarters, the remaining 3 quarters, that we'll still continue to do our best. First, do capital preservation, that your contributions are not eaten into, and that has been taken care of by the IPS investment policy statement and the strategies that your trustees have also, that we have recommended to your trustees. So for us, as Corp Trust Investment Services, the fund managers, is to assure you we're doing our best. One, preserve capital, diversify. I know diversification is very important, and that reminds me of a hot topic I know that has been in this AGM about Safaricom shares. We've sat down with the board of trustees, and we have a way out that we should not be having all our eggs in one basket. That even from a layman's point of view, even without being a professional, I think it only makes sense to diversify your risk, spread your risk, and not to have a big proportion in one counter. We know Safaricom has been big, and the reason why Safaricom has been big is because it has been performing well. It has not been performing well because it's big. So we will not say we'll exit completely from Safaricom. We know they've had a bit of challenges in Ethiopia. But the profits that they are getting from Kenya, I think, are being, in a way, being masked by the losses in Ethiopia. So we don't want to exit completely from Safaricom, but we'll try to diversify and reduce our weight in Safaricom. That is for both schemes. I think it's quite important that I mention that. That we have an exit price, we already have a target price for Safaricom, that if it hits that price, we'll sell a bit of the holdings that we have and diversify. So members, I will end my presentation at that point, just to assure you we're doing our best and to wish you again a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2025. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
14% is not a joke, eh? Ama hamukusikia hiyo? DJ, hebu amsha watu, nisikia kama hawakusikia. 14%. Can we all stand up? Tulegeze miguu kidogo. Naona akina Masinde wameingia zaidi. Jirani bwana, ama namna gani? Salimia jirani, 14%. Salimia mwenzako. Utaiona kwa wakati, utaiona kwa wakati. Please walk around the room, say hello to each other, so that at least when we come back, people have their blood back on the right place. DJ, ngoja kidogo, ngoja sijafika mahali nilikuwa naenda. Natembeanga pole pole. How are you today? Hey. Mimi sitakuwa vile sio mambo. Uko sawa? Eh, boss. How you was? Kwanza, kwanza mapema. Hapana. Ladies and gentlemen, members, I think it's a little bit embarrassing. kila mtu amekaa nyuma na viti ni vingi huko mbele. Naomba tusonge mbele ndio tumalize mkutano vizuri. Ama namna gani? Ama hamtaki kuonekana? Si watu wacheze kidogo. Okumu, shika microphone uwaambie, kwa sababu wewe ndio unasema. Tafadhalini, let's move forward. Please, kama mnaweza, tafadhalini msonge mbele. Karibu. I would like to encourage you, wale ambao tuko hapa nyuma. Hello? Hello? Tafadhalini tusonge mbele. You okay? Hello. DJ, tuchezee mziki bana. Kuna mtu anaitwa Okumu hapa atatuambia vile Okumu uko wapi? Joseph Okumu, General Manager Security. Yuko wapi? Nani ameona Okumu? Joseph Okumu amepotea. Haya DJ, tuchezee mziki alafu tuendelee. Let's go.
Naona watu bado ni vijana hapa sana. Kuna yule wimbo nasema anguka nayo. Ndio? Anguka nayo. Tunaanguka nayo namna gani? Mkaenda round. Namna hiyo. Sawa? Haya DJ. Na tunaenda round, ndio? Kwa sababu nimeona watu wengi sana hapa bado ni vijana. Na tunataka muende kama bado ni vijana, si ndio? Haya, tushasikia. Kwa please. Yo. Cheza tu. Kuja. Kuja wewe, inakuja. Haya.
So because I know hiyo kuanguka nayo italeta shida hapa na pale, na mimi ndio MC leo, nimechukua usukani kabisa. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a small commercial break. Naona kuna wengine hamjaona mandugu na madada zenyu kwa muda. Ni vizuri, naona matabasamu hapa na pale. Naomba tuketi chini. Wale ambao walikuwa wamesimama, naomba tuketi chini. Wale wengine ambao walikuwa wamenawiri zaidi wasonge mbele. Nasikia kuna wengine ambao bado walikuwa akina Willis hapa hawajaonana kwa muda. What's happening? What's happening with the sound? So, Chair, with your permission, I would like to continue now the program, now that everybody has relaxed and we know where we all are. I would like to invite the property report for the year for the year ended 30th June 2024. And on this occasion, I would like to invite Kefa Ogutu to come forward. Kefa, come right through. And I'm sure you have somebody else there, but we'll deal with that later. Good enough for us, we know the property report is not a long one. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's settle down. Let's settle down. Very good. Chair, we'll proceed from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Through the chair, trustees and members, good morning. My name is Kefa Ogutu from Paragon Property Consultants, the property managers for the year ended June 2024. And our report is actually shorter than the rest. I'll only do the figures because most of us know where the property that we manage is. That is at Westlands. That the name is Aerocourt, and furnished apartments having 34 number units of 2 bedroom with 1 bedroom. The rents range between 65 now to 75, depending on the lease period. And we did mention in our various presentations that the lease is running fast and the lease is soon coming to an end. That is the leasehold period, having remained with only 24 years as we present. And I know we have done this to the board, and they are considering this in terms of the investment. Otherwise, for the year ended June 2024, we did a collective collection of 28 million. That is from the rent and the service charge payable from the property. That translated to an average of 7 million per quarter. The year has 4 quarters that we need to run from 2023 to 2024. This gave us a gross income of 27.5 million for that year, with an average of 6.8 per quarter, a percentage of 97.75, which we considered well compared to the previous year, which we had 26.5, as mentioned earlier, an increment of about 1 million for that financial year for the gross income. And we consider that positive because the property has continued to have good occupancy rates despite the age and despite the area improving in other sectors. We still maintain the occupancy rates, as you can see, with the highest being the last quarter that we had the 100% occupancy. The only quarters that we had at least a vacancy was quarter 1 and 2 within that period. Otherwise, for the last 2 quarters that you are ending, the property was fully occupied, and that is why we managed to get that increment in the income. In terms of expenditure, this was also mentioned in our previous presentations. Per quarter, we did 6.1 with an average of 1.5 million, and mostly spread on various issues that we handle in the day-to-day running of the property. That is the security as mentioned, the cleaning, the garbage collections, the gardening, the water bill payments, the generator servicing, among other expenses involved around the property. So these have been, the full report was shared to the board, and the brief is that there was a margin of increase, even as what we noted only was that the expense was at 6.1 for that financial year, compared to a low of 5.3 for the previous year for the expenditure. So that was also tabulated in the reports. And as I end this presentation, we need to consider, even as we continue having the property, we need to relook into the lease period. And I wish to thank the scheme and even KA fraternity for having given Paragon that opportunity. You heard the chair in his remark say that we have been here for quite a long, we've been here for quite a period. We don't take it for granted. It has been more than a decade as Paragon managing Aerocourt since I think 2008, if I'll be precise. That is quite a long time. And from the MD and even ourselves, we are thankful. This was a journey that we consider was beautiful, and we can never forget it, for the support that we got from both the Board of Trustees and the other service providers. We thank you, and we know we shall meet at other heights, even as we give Crystal Valuers, who are our friends, the mantle to now take the property investment to another level. We consider this an opportunity that we could not have gotten. We have done, they can confirm that we have done all the handovers. We still continue assisting our friends. We are friends in the market, and let us give them the support that they so need. Otherwise, to the members, we are still here to verify or clarify any other issue that may arise, to answer your questions. But I wish you a Merry Christmas, even as we go to the festive period, and may God continue blessing this parastatal. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Kefa. Before you leave, Kefa, I would like to ask Benson of Crystal Valuers to come up here. In recognition of your long years of engagement with us as a pension, feel right at home. Karibuni sana. On behalf of the chair, please let me say thank you so much for the partnership we've had, and we look forward to an exciting partnership with you as well. Karibuni sana. Benson, maybe you want to say hello to everybody very quickly.
Hello, members. Through the chair, I feel honored to be before you, members of KA Pension. We are taking over from Paragon Properties, and we assure you that we'll do our best to manage your property the way it is supposed to be managed. Thank you very much.
So welcome on board, Crystal Valuers, Benson. We move very quickly to the custody report for the year ended 30th June. I'd like to call up Amos Ogwang. As Amos is coming up, I want to remind members, please register yourselves at the entrance with your full name and details. And at the same time, for those who are logged on online, please make sure you put in your name, your full name, and contact details in the chat functionality, so we can record that you are present at this auspicious occasion. Thank you. Amos, karibu.
Good afternoon, members. Afternoon once again. I'll take us through the custody report. My name's Amos Ogwang from Standard Chartered Bank. We continue serving you, and we take that as a privilege that the board continued giving us the assignment to serve you as a custodian. So I'll take us through the custody report. Mine will be brief, a highlight of what we do as a custodian, highlighting our role, and probably starting off with a small introduction of who we are, probably a reminder, and then we move on to the confirmation of the assets as at the end of the period. So Standard Chartered Bank, we've been available in the market for over 110 years. We serve various markets across the world, and we come with a lot of experience in terms of provision of custodial services. And it's a privilege that we have, or rather we are the ones who have been appointed to serve your scheme over the period. We share a common history over the very many years that we've been able to provide the service to you. And we hope that we'll continue providing the same good service over to you for that period. In Kenya, there are 17 custodians out of the 44 banks we have in Kenya. And out of those 17 custodians, we pride to be one of the biggest custodians in the market. And that doesn't come small. It comes with a lot of hard work and a lot of investment that we've done in terms of technology and in terms of making sure that we're able to provide an up-to-speed service to our clients. When you look at the role of a custodian, the role of a custodian is divided into three. One is to make sure that we are able to vision of collection of income of the assets that have been invested on a day-to-day basis by the fund manager. Our primary role as a custodian, therefore, is to make sure that we are able to safeguard the assets at all times. And when you compare that with the fund manager, we do not make investment decisions on behalf of the fund manager. It's the fund manager who makes the decision. But once they've made that decision, then they're able to give us the instructions to implement the rest of the decision, which we are calling the investment administration. Now, when you look at that role and when you look at our regulation, we are a very highly regulated industry. We hold the depository accounts, and they're the ones which we use to hold the assets with. And then thirdly, we are regulated by the Retirement Benefit Authority. They give us a license to operate as a custodian on behalf of your scheme and other schemes that we service. In terms of the accounts that we hold and we open on your behalf, we have several accounts, not just one account, both locally and regionally and globally, depending on where the fund manager wants to invest. These accounts are all, of course, regulated both locally, internationally, and they are in compliance with the laid down regulation in terms of being held for a custodian. And one of the very, very significant way of holding the custodial accounts is to make sure that they are segregated legally. And there are two levels of segregation. One is a level of segregation from the sponsor, which means that when the account is opened, the account is separated from the sponsor's accounts, which means then when your contributions have been sent to the custodian account, those contributions cease to belong to the sponsor in as much as they contributed a bigger portion, and they now belong to you as members. The second level of segregation is where the assets belonging to the scheme are segregated from the company where they are kept, that is the custodian company. And that then means that as a custodian, the assets we hold are not commingled with the assets for Standard Chartered Bank Kenya Limited, which again provides you an extra layer of security in the event that the bank goes down. Then any receivership process of the assets for the bank is not part of the custodian assets, which again gives you another layer of protection of your assets. We make sure that we are able to report to the trustees on a quarterly basis to give them detailed analysis of how the fund is performing on a quarter-on-quarter basis. And then on a yearly basis like today, we are able to report what we are holding to members, as well as give an assurance of the compliance of the scheme. So as at the end of the period, maybe if you go to the next page, DJ, we are showing the assets that we are holding as at the end of the period. Thank you there. So as at the end of the the period, that is at the 30th of June 2024, for the staff superannuation scheme, that is the first scheme there, we were holding assets valued at 6.293 billion, and the breakdown of the assets is as indicated there, from the bank balance all the way to the property. The percentage there is a percentage which we are required to comply with, both by the Retirement Benefit Authority, as well as with the investment policy statement, and we do confirm that that ratio is fully complied with. On the second one, on the second table, is for the staff pension scheme. The fund value stood at 7.371 billion. Again, we've provided the breakdown of the funds and the assets where the investments are done. And again, I do confirm that we are in compliance both with the RBA as well as the IPS limits in terms of the investments requirements. When you look at the figures and you compare those figures with the fund auditor, we have a slight variation, and that variation is caused by the reporting methodology. As a custodian, we report on cash basis. We do not report any accruals. But the auditor is able to accrue any fees, income, or expenses that were due as at the reporting period. But as you heard from the auditor, your accounts were not qualified, your accounts were good, and we equally assure you that your assets are safe with us. So that's the end of my presentation. Mine is to assure you that your assets are safe, and we continue thanking you for banking with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Amos, and thank you to the Standard Chartered team. The last statement there is quite important. Our assets are safe. Without much further ado, I'd like to invite Robert Rotich from Minute come and walk us through the administration report. Karibu sana. I'm sure you don't need that paper. Karibu. I think Zamara will also be coming up after. Yes. Don't leave the stage. Okay.
Good afternoon, members. I'll take us through the administrator's presentation. And for those of us who have the handbook, it's around page 61. So I have 3 items to share with members. One is to remind us of the roles of an administrator. The other one is just to give you highlights on the compliance profile of the scheme. This is to underscore what has already been mentioned by both the chairman and the other presentations, and then look at a few legislative changes that came out during the year. So number one, an administrator typically is what we call the record keeper of the scheme. The records of the scheme, the transactions around, all the transactions on the scheme, preparation of your statement, your benefit calculations, that is primarily the work of the administrator. So once the fund manager does the investments, your assets are held in custody by the sponsor. We usually say the administrator does the rest. Okay. Number two is to allow us to appreciate the compliance profile of the scheme. A lot has been said about your compliance position, from the chairperson statement to the report of the auditor. For us, we would like to mention 3 items. One is the issue of the scheme rules, which is very important. Scheme rules, you'll hear scheme rules, trusted and rules, or constitution. They basically mean the same thing. We usually say that that document is a live document that is updated ever so frequently to reflect the changes in the legislation. So what you heard here is that there is an exercise of consolidating all the legislative changes under one document, and that is a document that will then be updated and shared with the regulator for registration. So this is a continuous exercise that happens as and when their legislation changes. The other one was on also the governance. I think there is a requirement to review them every 3 years, and also bringing in together again matters that trustees would like to capture in terms of how they run the scheme. It's also important to note that this is what was mentioned, is that this is in the process of being updated. Lastly, in terms of compliance, we want to confirm to the members that the Board of Trustees also report to another regulator called Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. So they are required to declare every year whether they are holding any abandoned benefits. If you look at the entire 14 billion, it must be attributable to a member. So they do that declaration in October of every year, and we want to assure members that declaration was provided, indicating that the scheme does not have any untraceable members. What that means to you as members is just to revisit what the chair said. The issue of nomination of beneficiaries, you need to ensure that at all times your Board of Trustees have a document that expresses your wishes on the individuals who would benefit from your saving in the event something happens to you. The other item that we want to bring to your attention is a few changes in the legislation. Number one is the scheme is guided by quite a number of legislation, one of which include directives or circulars that may originate from the Treasury. We have had 2 circulars so far. One other circular came out in the month of July of this year, and it provided an opportunity for members of staff who are on contractual terms of service to volunteer to join the scheme. So once, if your terms of service are on contract, you have an opportunity to invest in the good performance of the scheme. You can volunteer an amount that can be going into this scheme on a monthly basis, or when you receive your gratuity, instead of consuming it, you can actually invest into that scheme. So part of the changes in your rules is actually to open what we call eligibility. The other change was on, this has already been mentioned by both the auditor and the fund manager. For those of us who have this handbook, if you go to page 65, it will illustrate how the board implemented that legal notice on determination of income to distribute to members under the DC. So the new regulation strips off any gains or losses arising from valuation of specifically the treasury bonds from the scheme. So what you'll be seeing going forward is full distribution of income, knocking off or extracting off any realized gains or losses from treasury bills. So that explains the 10.49% that was actually allocated. If the regulation obviously was not in place, the valuation of your bonds, treasury bonds, would actually have been taken into account. The regulation came in December, and it was actually operationalized and is the basis upon which your statement for June 2024 were prepared. Lastly, members, we just want to mention another piece of legislation that came out on income drawdown. I think you are aware at the point of retirement, you have an opportunity to start replacing your income in retirement, your income rather, or salary I should say, by way of two products. One of them is an annuity, the other one is an income drawdown. So we have changes around the regulations on income drawdown, primarily touching on how much you can access on an annual basis out of your savings from income drawdown. You will hear the word acronym IDD. It means the same thing. So the amount that you can withdraw from an income drawdown account was reduced from 15% to 12%. So that is, if you have, say, 1 million shillings in a particular year, the maximum amount that you can pull out has been reduced from 150,000 per annum to 120,000. Okay. The other thing is the regulations allows members of income drawdown to now provide them with an opportunity to transfer. So I think we all remember that income drawdown runs for a period of 10 years. So after 5 years, you have an opportunity to actually transfer your benefit, whatever you are holding in an IDD, to another drawdown provider. So it opens that opportunity after serving 5 years with a particular drawdown provider. At the end of your 10th year and 5 years thereafter, you also have an opportunity to annuitize whatever benefit will be standing in your account. So those are the key legislative changes that happen. And perhaps I can mention something that came from, that was proposed under the rejected finance bill. It potentially might come in. So there were a few tax relief that was extended to benefits payout. So one was to exempt benefits from taxation in the event of normal retirement. So if you hit 60 or your 60th birthday and you're exiting, your entire benefit, just like for those who are 65 years and above, was supposed to be exempted from taxation. For those of us who will be exiting on early retirement, the proposed regulation had recommended that you must have clocked in 20 years for you to enjoy tax exemption. The other one was on the monthly relief against monthly contribution. We currently enjoy a relief of a maximum of 20,000. That was proposed to go to 30,000. And for those of us who are doing PRMF, the proposal was to move the relief from 5,000 to 10,000. So those were some of the items that were provided in the finance bill, which was through the hard work of Gen Zs, was rejected. And we hope they will actually come in. I suppose Bosco will talk about it. So as I come to the end of my presentation, I want to, on behalf of the Binet family, I want to thank the Board of Trustees. I want to thank the sponsor. I want to thank members for giving us an opportunity to serve you over the last many years. We have interacted with many of you, including senior here. I can see Julia somewhere, and I can also see Trustee Gaia. So on behalf of Binet, we want to thank you so much. And for the current members of the board, I think the word that was mentioned here, that you have a good, your assets are in a very good pair of hands, and we wish them all the best going forward. Thank you very much.
Maybe one more time, a more generous hand of applause to Minette. Yet again, we have a transition happening at this time. From November the 1st, The new scheme administrator is going to be Zamara Actuaries Administrators Consultancy Limited. It's a bit of a mouthful. Karibu sana. Maybe you can also say one or two words before we move on.
Good afternoon, members. Once again, allow me to reintroduce myself, Martin Kenodia, again working for Zamara. Let me also take the chance to introduce two of my colleagues who are here. I'll ask David Nyambok to stand up. Edgar Were. Thank you very much, members. I'll say it's a pleasure being brought on board to serve your scheme. It does mean a lot to serve quite a prestigious scheme, I'd say, both in fund value and also looking at the membership. It looks quite well-educated, highlighted membership in terms of information. I'll finish by just saying, as Zamara, we have 3 core values. Simplicity in everything that we do. We are empathetic. We strive to look at our customer eyes with a sense of duty, a sense of care. And also we seek to be trustworthy. And the only way we can be trustworthy is by being accountable to yourselves in what we do. So it's about more of action. We've listened to your comments. Senior Bona Willis, we've taken your comments into consideration. And I can assure you, the new broom will sweep clean. Asanteni sana and enjoy the rest of your AGM. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are very quickly coming towards a very exciting part of today's session, which is Q&A. And I'd like to ask the members who are present, start putting together your questions. I'm sure you've had a lot up to this time. You might have more questions coming up as you go. Also, for those who are online, we've activated the chat functionality. So if you have any questions, also make sure they're coming up. Chair, for your information, there have already been some questions on the chat functionality. It may be useful for the Secretariat to start collecting those questions, collate them, where there are commonalities, find a simple and straightforward answer. Now, it's my honor and privilege to invite the regulator, which is the RBA, Bosco Gicheo, who've been up here before, Karibu Sana, to make your remarks. And thereafter, we shall have a presentation of trustees' remuneration policy by the chairman of the pension fund. Karibu sana, Bosco.
Good afternoon, members. Hamjambo. Mkaini kama mna furaha, wale wa online sijui, lakini hizi nyuso naona hapa. Mbona 14% inafaa kuwachangamsha? Bwana Nyandika, I've had something that has stimulated me. I want to be an employee of KEA. And I don't know where we do our research. Yani retirees wa KEA wanaitisha mpaka, yani they always flying. Unajua retirees we are used that wameparara kule, watu wanachunga kondoo wanafanya. I think there is something good going on. And I appreciate to be part of this family on behalf of RB and my CEO. We are grateful. I was worried. It seems there's a turnover, not a turnover, but a changeover of almost all service providers. The next, I thought you'll say we are also changing the regulator. So I was holding, but we are here to stay. We are here to watch over what you're taking in. And I heard, but I'm sorry, Doctor, you heard. Bwana Nyandika alisema great equalizer. MC wanisikia? MC. Great equalizer. Sasa huyu great equalizer, we have him everywhere. And today, unfortunately, I'm very scared. I should have come with a helmet na running shoes. Because I'm not going to be a bearer of very good news. You see, I'm a regulator. I've been put last in the program. So even when I'm here, yesterday I was somewhere else in a scheme, and they were telling me, we have so many regulators, even KA is under regulator, isn't it? An authority. But when you talk of the regulator, you're only referring to RBA. So anywhere we hear it, and it's because of the magnitude and importance of what we are having. Your great equalizer, now we are the great regulator. Because we have to check after the welfare of the status. And just to set the record straight, ndo nitoke hapa na record mzuri, wacha nianze na kitabu kitakatifu, a quote from the Bible. Numbers 8:25. Na baada ya ndachukua sadaka, kwa hivyo afadhali you be very keen. It says that from the age of 25, and this refers to it refers to, what were they called? The priests. Yes, it was to the priests. That from the age of 25, they shall enter into the tent of the Lord and serve until the age of 50, from when they shall leave, and they'll only assist in running the affairs of the temple. Right from the Bible, God declared there's going to be retirement. You are told there are only two sure things, tax and death. Uongo. Kuna ingine pia yaitwa retirement. A very prominent politician once said, and I'm not a politician, this is not political, and I quote him. He said, and people, I took it in, I mean, differently, but let's take it in this context. Hii kazi sio ya, sitamalizia msimalizie, lakini alisema hii kazi sio ya wa mtu yoyote. Meaning, and I'm glad, Bwana Nyandika and your people, I'm glad mumenyimwa hiyo pasi ya hivi. Because watu wataretire alafu wakuwa wakispend 90% of time KAA ndio watumie pass. Ukitoka KAA wetoka, nenda, onea tu kule angani. But you're seeing that retirement is something that is compulsory. It's something that has to happen. And your funds and your everything that you are saving for them must be protected. And I underline, and that's why in RBA we say that our solid vision is safeguarding your retirement benefits. Niliona mmepatiwa Mwakenya hapa. You know this Mwakenya, I'm not going to use it, but I'll use the time stipulated. Hii Mwakenya tutashare pia online. But this is good, don't remove this. Kabla niongee story mingi, this is your compliance of your scheme. So I must say, from where we assess it, and you are told that we did an inspection, we are never invited for inspections. It's part of our duty. We have to come and see and interrogate what is happening in your scheme. So today here, even while sitting here, I've done a lot of inspection. It's part of it. I've walked around. When you are telling people to walk around, I strayed because today I know I have the pass. And I found some young persons there doing ARFF training. And coincidentally, I'm not making this up. Najua mnanisikiza na stories za Bunwasi, you'll say this guy is a storyteller. Hii sasa ni fact. When I was just walking there, I found 3 of them seated. They are waiting, I think, for the practicals. And they were saying, hiyo do, kwanza nasikia, nafaa kwanza kukaeka kiasi ya retirement. There were 2 ladies and a gentleman. And then, lakini hizi stories za investment ni ngumu. Nimesikia mtu wasako amepitia hapa. Then I was like, I was just standing and I told them, enye ya retirement ndo muhimu. So unaona hata mimi naka retirement. They looked at me and then I realized I'm old. I'm not a Gen Z kumbe. So, retirement planning starts with when someone gets at work. That age of 25. And trustees, this is a challenge to you. I don't know if you're doing induction, because I presume you have had a lot of incoming staff. The first induction should be retirement planning. Don't do retirement planning for my elders here when you're mefika 55. It starts from when they come in. SACCOs are very aggressive in selling their products. Banks come around. But what are we doing for this thing that will take them? Because if you join employment at 25 and leave at 60, how many years have you served? 35. When I was growing up, I was told that the life expectancy of Kenyans for the male, okay, let me start with the female, was 52. For guys, wanaume it was 40, then it was 45 point something. Ladies will tell us mbona mnatuua mapema. Because why are men going faster and leaving the ladies? But right now, let's be candid with each other. What is our life expectancy? Some are saying 70, 60 something. If you just introspect, even those who have parents here, Back in the village, in Nairobi you might not know. Watu wanakaa, mwenye andika hapa akitembea sahi anakaa tu kama MD hapa, so no one can tell the difference, right? But we have people living up to 90, true or false? 85, 90. So if you lived from age 60 and then you went to your maker at age 85, how many years are those? 25 years. So 25 years out of service. You are already an addict. By then mnajua nyinyi wote ni addicts. Nyinyi wote mko kuna nitawaambia mihadarati which you are addicted to. It's called a salary. So for 35 years, diligently, consistently, you've been earning a salary every month. The other nini nitawapa kwa hii slides ni pale mwisho nikimalizia MC akinifukuza, and please unifukuze. Hapa I'm allowed to be regulated. If I talk too much, tell me I go away. Nitaonyesha hiyo slide, kila mtu ataniambia mali ana stand in terms of ile salary yake, hiyo addiction yake imemfikisha wapi. So you are used to this addiction. There is no way, si unaona lazima ukiwa addict upelekwe rehab. The only rehab tunaweza kupeleka hapa ni income drawdown ama annuity. So you need to keep saving, and you know it is a broad spectrum. It's not just saving for what you're having. When I look at these faces, I can see the people who are very interested in the scheme, because the AGM is where you see the health of your scheme. I wish you'd have declared, unge spread rumor that returns ni 4%. Najua wangekuja wote, kisha tukikuja hapa sasa tuseme tulia ni 14. And then we have all this education. Yeah. Because you'll realize only those people who are closer to retirement are interested in what is happening in the scheme. Those other ones, wamekuja wewe msimrushie mawe, tumetake breakfast, wanangoja kitu end, and then they left. If you listen to Bwana Nyandika, you'll realize the importance of pension. And part of regulating you is this. When you heard that you have 7.3 billion, kwanza nilisikia nyinyi watu wa dollars, so you are a $1 billion scheme. Yani mko na pesa mingi. Billionaires. I know Kenya have trivialized a billion. Mtu akisema billion, but let's not live in that kind of Kenya. Let's move. $1 billion is a lot of money. Now, this money here is attributable. It has a liability. Msifikirie hii pesa ni mingi tunaweza chezea. Trustees, this is where your fiduciary responsibility comes in. Duty of care. Every single coin is attributable to a member. Every shilling. Wewe, kila mtu hiyo ni shilingi yako. So when you are spending it, during COVID we allowed for watu wapatiwe a token because of online and everything. But now if you are getting a token to come for an AGM, kwanza as a regulator, you had that rules are rules, laws are laws. Kwangu hiyo kwanza ni haram, hiyo ni illegal. Nasikia mnasema increase, hata amunge i-mention nisisikie. Yeah? Because ideally, I know in SACCOs they do this. I'm also a member of a SACCO. Na mimi ukimbia kwanza month ikiwa kamegonga nisikie kuna AGM. Nauliza kakitu kako naenda. But a scheme is different. We are saving every single. Ask your trustees. Let me use a shame word. You can ask them vile tumewahanda about expenses. Some they justify yes, but we tell them no. Look here. At the end of the day, a member's shilling, we want to get the value. Prove to us that it was value for the member. So member, why do you want to take it away from yourself? Okay, it is your right and a responsibility to attend the AGM. The sponsor has also been gracious enough to allow us the time during weekday to come and look at her. By the way, mnajua ni side hustle yenyu mzuri na mjui, where the sponsor yuko hapo kwa board everything, and you are making. How much does your sponsor give you in terms of percentage? 15%. How much are you giving in? Yeah? Yani sponsor amekufikiria better than you think about. I know there are union people here. One thing you have to appreciate is pension, establishing a scheme. I know we are parastatal, you are government, but establishing a scheme is not a must. It is prerogative of the sponsor. Now, the sponsor to give you 15%, most of us tukiajiriwa, we don't even know we are being given. I always call it 15% free money, because most of us tukiingia kazini hata hatujui kuna pension. We're just thinking, net basic itakuwa ngapi, house allowance. We rarely ask how much is the pension. That's the most critical thing you should ask, and then medical, alafu fuata hiyo ingine. If you're looking for a job, that is the basic thing. So take these pension issues very seriously. You've heard how regulated they are. Hatutaki privileges, pilferages. The circular that was mentioned, allow me to teach, and thank you for making my work very easy. It's circular 9 of 2024, but not 20. I mean, not 10, but 9 of 2024. So those who are also in contractual, we should amend the TDR to reflect that. Then this is your compliance, basically. So you can see your scheme is well run in terms of filing and doing all that we require. It is proper. What we've asked the trustees is that they should leave the good governance policies. They should not be policies to tick boxes, but we leave them. Other than this, the other compliance issue I'd like to raise is we have two schemes here, a DB and a DC. Ideally, and according to law, you should hold your AGMs separately. And because of the logistics, hii inaweza fanywa kama kanisa. Sikunaba ibada ya Kiswahili, and then there is English service. So we can have it still within the same time, within the same premises, but we have to segregate. Have their minutes separately, have their issues recorded separately, because these are two independent, mutually exclusive schemes, whose expenses and everything should also be separate. They are trustees, whether you sit in both boards. When you're sitting in DC, you are DC. When you're in DB, you are DB. So going forward, this we should see a segregation in that. I had, and allow me, Chair, to preempt this. Someone in your minute 14 of last year, I had there was member, huku ndo mali nilisema ndarushiwa mawe, lakini ni sawa, you'll bear with me. And watch out, I might be having protection. Minute 14, I had members say that they had a resolution that the sponsor must nominate only members of staff or members of the scheme. I'll give you the roles of RBA. And one of our mandates is to, what is it called? Other than establishing and monitoring and checking on how your scheme is run, it is to safeguard, protect the interest of, and it starts with the sponsor and the member. Because the sponsor establishes the scheme, number one. Two, the sponsor has put in 15% of his capital in you. So the sponsor has rights just the same way you have rights. A sponsor has the right to nominate anyone to represent him. I'll use him being gender conscious of the Bible, where him is Adam na Hawa, to represent him in the board of trustees. So he can pick a board member. He can pick the most junior staff in KAA. I don't know your grading, but he can even pick the last person to represent his interests, not the interest of the member, interest of the sponsor. The only thing that the law now says is if the sponsor nominates the MD or the chair of the board of directors as a trustee, then they cannot be chair of the board of trustee. And in trusteeship, once you come into the board of trustee, it doesn't matter if you are the president or the junior sweeper. Once you're in that board, you are all equal. Mukitravel kwenda Mombasa, munapatiwa economy. Kama ni SGR, munenda ile ya nilisikia siku hizi si face me. But your treatment is the same. There is no exclusivity in a board of trustees. Then what the trustees normally do is quarterly they present reports to the sponsor. And you know the sponsor is big. You have your board of directors. So they'll give them the health of the scheme every quarter. Therefore, you cannot determine or direct the sponsor on what to do with his rights. First of all, your rights of even coming to the AGM you're not respecting. So I'll start by whipping you there. Attending member education, because this is where you get information about. There's no other important fund than this that you will ever have. Trust me, and you can ask. At least we have seniors in this house. You can ask them. The other thing I want to stress on is post-retirement medical fund. I want to emphasize, because you've had the challenges our senior citizens are having. People have told me, oh, there is SHA, there is SHIF, there is SHAKA, those ones. But the thing is, those are policy issues. You don't know about tomorrow. Another government might come in with different policies. Can you start saving for your medical now? Medical inflation is very high, and insurance companies are hesitant to touch anyone. They are here. Ukifika 60 tunaanza kuona unaenda kwa baba, wewe mambo yako. And the body inaanza kata. So the best thing is start putting it now. Take this thing seriously. Because even as we move, as the funds grow, you'll have innovations in the market. Health insurance company will come with products that if you took advantage when you are young, then you'll reap benefits when you are aging. 25 years, imagine 25 years, ukienda kuzungusha kwa bench. Si mnajua ile dispensary tulikuwa, ukiingia dispensary, the next thing unatoka unaenda kwa tailor ashone huku nyuma. Ile bench. Huku umezoea, ati unaenda, I know KA has a very good medical scheme. Unaenda triage, unasikia, boss kogi chair, yaani ukisikia tu hiyo jina hata ushapona. Alafu utoke uende dispensary, utakufa. So start saving now. I know tumefinywa, nilisikia mna negative payslip breathe. The moment ita breathe kidogo tu, waambie eka hiyo kwa PRMF. Hata yangu I breathe by the way. Si ati tuko hapo. So as I come to the end, I'd like to also talk about income drawdown. You have a very progressive scheme and trustees. Nasikia already the regulations now allow, we have income drawdowns within schemes. So if you have an income drawdown within scheme, it means utaendelea na ile pride ya nalipwa pension kutoka KAA. Do you remember that pride people used to have? So it is easy to manage, yes, and the laws we've made, and we'll need, when you're having your forum for member education, call us. Because if I start on income drawdown, I'll take another whole day. However, the benefits are these. As you've been told, 10 years. But you have 5-year window, because the risk is on you, then you are the one who's looking at how it is being invested. So it is important that you are disclosed to every information about the income drawdown. 2, instead of establishing another trust, if you're establishing an IDD, beneficiaries can be paid from an IDD. They become part of an IDD. And then you have your rules to state how they are going to treat beneficiaries who are members. And they have an option of also leaving. The beauty of our IDD is income drawdown is, if you go to see your maker, then your beneficiaries are left with that money. And they can continue drawing down on it. And talking of your beneficiaries, please make sure you fill your nomination of beneficiaries form. Tafadhali. This one, MC niache tu nipatie 30 seconds, I stress on this. Trustees have discretionary powers. If you don't have your list of beneficiaries updated or there, they will decide. Musifikirie by that wanapenda sana kuja matanga. Ati kila mazishi ya KAA mnaona trustees mnasema wow. No, wanakuja due diligence. For some of us, wasikie chief atasema the family, kwanza watu wa Western, you know, yenyi mna shida sana. Mnasikianga nyumba ya kwanza wakuje na watoto, boma ya pili, and then that is where you know the grandmother is also dependent on. By the way, your dependent is not just your child and your spouse. Hata ule cousin yako amekuja Nairobi kutafuta kazi na umekaa na yeye 6 months. Alafu uende, is your dependent. Ataweza kuja KAA na aseme bana sasa ndaishi aje Huruma. Simunione tu Huruma. So you'll have to pay them. So that is what we call your dependent. So make sure you fill that form. If you have any issues, please don't run to lawyers mtanisamehea. Najua na wanyang'anya kazi. If you have issues with your scheme or anything, the first port of call should be your trustees. If you're not satisfied with their decision, please come to RBA. The CEO will make a decision. If he doesn't make you're not satisfied with the decision, there is the tribunal. That is where you take your appeal. If you go out there utakuliwa pesa, sitawadanganya. Most people don't even understand pension out here. Then you'll go mpaka mtaenda pale court of appeal, alafu mtaambiwa rudi back to RBA. We are seeing these things happening. So if you spend half the money you'll have been given, does it make sense? No, it doesn't. So I'd like to urge you, make sure you do that. Make sure your payment when you're exiting should be done within 30 days. I think we don't have a lot of problem with that. And on exit, I hope you know how you receive your monies. One, exit can either be through retirement, which is early, normal, or late. On retirement, you receive a third lump sum. The rest is paid as pension. The other way of exit is if you resign, or you are sacked, or you are declared redundant. In that case, kama hata hujafikisha miaka 50, what happens is you are entitled to half of your funds. The other half you take upon retirement. If you leave, you resign when you're between 50 and 60, or you're sacked, then you are entitled to your contribution, and then the other part, it will be determined by what your trust deed and rules says. Because if it is silent, then the sponsor part remains in the scheme. That is on resignation or the other, or if you are sacked or declared redundant. So that's why you're being told, please read and understand your trust deed and rules. Hiyo ndo katiba. And then lastly, of course, there is exit through ill health. And then that's the only point where retirement is touched with ill health. The other one is if you exit through death. Hiyo utapata, hiyo we pole. And most of us, our net worth is higher when you're dead. We are worth more dead than alive, unfortunately. So hiyo ni beneficiaries watakula. So those are the ways you can do it. So I'd like to ask you members to be vigilant. If you have any anomalies in the scheme, report to us, but be interested in your scheme. And I like that your scheme has been very active in the past 3 years. Unfortunately, you're only active when rumors, okay, some are not rumors, some are facts. When they go around and you feel something is not happening. But as RBA, we are there for you, and we are grateful that you even extended the invitation. Not that we will come even if you don't extend, but we are grateful. Asanteni, na Mungu awabariki, muishi maisha marefu, muenjoy your pension. Asanteni. Oh, sikuwapatia ila mshebu apeleke slide ya mwisho. Mimi sitaongea hata. Mwisho kabisa, types of salaries. Watu ngapi wameshawafungua kitungua kakata ile ya bulb? What happens? Machozi, sio? Kuna watu wakipata tu mshahara hivi, wakiiguza nini inafanyika? Machozi. Kuna wale hawajui when their salary is coming or going. Wanaenda wanauliza HR, payroll imefungwa na ni tarehe hata hawajamaliza 1 week. So HR anauliza payroll ya last month ama ya this month. Yeah? Na kuna wale watu, if you ever watch magic show Rambo Bambo Boom, kuna watu salary yao ni hiyo magic Rambo Bambo Boom. Yani hivi tu inagonga account. Akirudi kucheck balance tena iko zero, hajui nini ilifanyika. Kuna watu wana ugonjwa wa kusahau. Kuna kitu tunaita amnesia salary. Yani you can't even remember what you spent on it. You know, I used to see my mother akienda supermarket na ile list anaanza kutik kwa sababu haamini ile pesa imeisha. So most of you mkishapata mshahara nikaa pa DM unaanza kuuliza ilienda wapi? Amnesia, hata ulisahau ulifanyia nini. Then kuna watu wana time traveling salary. Yani hata before uipate imeshalipa madeni. Sijui imelipa rent, imelipa shule, na hapo ndo nimeenda. Fikiria uko wapi alafu taniambia baada ya hii.
Asante sana Bosco. Bosco apewe mshahara. Achague vile atafanya nayo. Thank you very much, regulator. I think because we are animals of the aviation industry, it is not often that I meet a regulator who enjoys their work and makes it fun for us to understand what are really life-critical decisions. So thank you so much, Bosco. I'm really happy that you had the chance to talk to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make a clarification. Once again, for those who are online, the chat functionality is open. The chat functionality can be used for two things. First one, put your name, staff number, and phone number for record purposes and remuneration for your attendance. The other functionality you can use it for is to put your questions. We're coming up to the question and answer session after the following session. Hold on a second. So they'll have to fill it again. So just a small correction. I'm being told that you need to fill the Google form. Secretariat, I think it's important that you get into the Zoom call or whatever it is and share the link of that Google form. So there's no gap in terms of those who are here who are not here. I think we should leave that option open. Now, members, we have two more sessions coming up, really important. First one, which is coming up right now by Dr. Rogers Manana, which is chairman, is a presentation of trustees' remuneration policy, which I will invite him to do very shortly. And second, right after that is question and answer session. So please, as we proceed, prepare your questions. Secretariat, please guide us where the questions should come, or we shall have an open plenary. We shall make sure we have microphones ready so that when there are questions, they are recorded and we give answers accordingly. It is now my pleasure and privilege to invite Dr. Rogers Manana come up here to present the trustees' remuneration policy, the proposed trustee remuneration policy. Thank you. Dr. Karibu.
Well done, well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Simon Peter never disappoints. And you know, the Simon Peter in the Bible, he is still living up to now. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, because we've been sitting for long, and there are distinguished members who are here, and they are former trustees. I come from a school of thought in appreciating the good work done by others, because one day, others will appreciate our good work. And Bosco, thank you very much. You know, Bosco, simama kidogo tukupigie makofi bwana. He looks a Gen Z, but when he goes to teach, anaongea kama wazee 10 wale washira anasema wale wazee wa mitaa wa Ngong. Thank you very much, as regulator. We are going to comply. So, our former, before I take you through the trust, our remuneration policy, outgoing service providers, my good brother Robert Rotich, from Minet and Paragon. I want to call our former trustees who are here, including Senior here. When he left, he wrote a very good, passionate email in regard to our dedication to work. Senior, I want to assure you we are still dedicated and firm. We may look problematic sometimes, but that's for purposes of interest of the members. So allow me, I know there is Okello here who was the secretariat, there is Gaia, there is Senior. Who else was a trustee before? Do you have Judikerich? Or they come here with this outgoing service provider for a group photo. Mwawekee kanungo kidogo wakuje watu tuamuke alafu tuende kwa session. I will take a very short time. I will finish the presentation. Please, we want to recognize for good work because we don't want to come and say this when you are dead, Okello, in your village. You must say so when you are still alive, Senior Nyandieka and my good friend from Lokichogo Gaya. Because these people also build the foundation. We are standing on the shoulders of great men. That's why I'm recognizing them. They come forward, they take a group photo, then they go back. It's just a small appreciation. And please learn to appreciate people. Because in the Bible, when Jesus Christ healed 10 lepers, only one remembered to go back and say, thank you, Jesus. 9 walked. They never knew that they were not walking. But they just walked and went away. We will not be like that. And allow me a little latitude as the chair, because I'm here for a season and soon we will also retire and be a senior citizen. So please come forward. You used to be very energetic. Weka kakitu wakuja wakikuja. Wapi our trustees na our outgoing service provider, because we said we went through a very competitive. I know some people we have been blamed, but competitive bidding is sometimes it's challenges. And we have no control when you go through competitive bidding. And sometimes you have to let it go and have others also come and take over. So my good people from security department who are the majority, sometimes you are blamed. that you elect the wrong people. You elected the right people. They are doing a good job for you. All the staff that you elected. Yeah, even the current. Weka kakitu wakikuja, 2 minutes, hata the current. Alafu baadaye nitaita trustees with current pia watakuja. Lakini mwanzo, hebu tusimame wote kwa heshima. Pension is strong. We are getting strong. Come. Hakuna. Hawa ni wazee. Kuria hakuna ya kuchangamsha watu. Simon Peter anatakanga ile ya anguka nao. Ama kanungo. Yes. Wacha wapige picha kwanza ya picha. Wakitafuta picha. A group photo. We are transitioning and transition must be harmonious. Divorces must not be messy and noisy. We just divorce quietly because we may reunite. Oh, weka logo, smile. Okay. Okay, the current board of trustees, please join us. The current board of trustees and secretariat staff vote. Tusonge. Ladies, kuja. Hawakuwa wanaume peke yake general, wako wanawake pia. Wa zamani. There's a current service provider and even in the regulator. You see evidence, attorneys believe in evidence. Please come forward, just join, or not join you too. The current service provider and the regulator, please come for the group photo so that even if we die, this will remain on record. Dr. Arupa says we are not dying soon. We can... Wafupi waende mbele. The short ones. Wache kufinyana. We donate him in the front.
DJ, si utuchezee mziki ama mziki imepotea?
Okay. Wapi mziki wakienda?
Thank you.
Please don't leave. Where is it? Because this is a celebration. We are not in a funeral. And 14%, I was asking Simon Peter, Sako alipeana percent gapi? So, please, mumeshindwa. my official boss Okumu will not be comfortable tukimaliza hii kikao na haja katika. Yeah, so if you are letting us down, yes. Namna hiyo kila mtu amuke tafadhali. If you are not waking up, I will pick you, utakuja hapa mbele peke yako. So amukeni na kuwaona. Janabi winje. Mr. Okumu, come and show them how to dance. Hey, General, please come. Kuna ngoma. Nina miala. Kanungo, 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 kanungo. Ulu from all the way from Munda. Aya, asanteni sana tukee. Kwa sababu tumekaa kwa muda mrefu, watu wanaweza anza kuzinzia. Hatutaki tusinzie, waseme walipitisha vitu tulikuwa tunazinzia. So kwa heshima na taadima, tafadhali nawaomba kwa unyenyekevu mniwekee slide kwa Kiswahili inaitwa nini? Waswahili wanaongea Kiswahili mufti. Unajua sisi watu wa Mombasa tunaongea Kiswahili mufti. Sasa Kiswahili kigumu. Slide inasema nini kwa Kiswahili? Opundo. Teleza. Kiswahili hapana mdomo chetu. Slide, nani anajua Kiswahili? Ukipata hiyo nitakupatia zawadi. Aya. Now, at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, now serious business. According to the regulator, after 3 years, the trustee remuneration policy must be approved by members. Ladies and gentlemen, the current existing trustee remuneration policy has been in existence when my good friend Gaia was a trustee and many others. In 2021, during the AGM, we came here and proposed that we have the policy changed, and not changed or ratified. Today, we are back here to ask your indulgence, and I have spoken to the sponsor, and we must pass it with the concurrence of the sponsor. Because trustees, and I must tell you this, when they are attending official, gazetted, and authorized statutory meeting, board meeting, they are entitled to be given a stipend in form of a sitting allowance. And that must be documented in the policy. And it must be clear that trustees cannot have meetings in perpetuity. They only have 4 meetings, including probably a special one, board meeting, or an AGM like this. After this, they are entitled to be given a sitting allowance, and that's in the law. So we cannot be doing that, you don't know how much. Because once upon a time, I met members who say the trustees are paid maybe 100,000 for one sitting. My friend, that's a lie. Trustees are paid 20,000 for a sitting allowance, and the chairman is paid 25 because the chairman does not sit in the committees. So we have 3 committees. Chairman, you are not allowed to sit in the committees. So the committees will sit in more than one, but we cannot exceed 6 meetings for the year. Regulator, I am sure you have audited us and you have seen we have complied. Now, the objective of this is to promote that awareness, provide principle of remuneration to facilitate trustees' participation in the scheme. Sometimes, in forums I am on WhatsApp, 5th floor, the academy, Dr. Chewa sees me online past 2 in the morning. He wonders whether I retired from requiring more babies. Then I tell him I'm still reviewing the documents for the trustees. So it's important that we note that they have to be compensated in a little bit for them to do their work. And the energy, my good friend Hannah here, peruses the documentation. We must sign the documents we are sure and certified. And then, unfortunately, the sponsor does not release us. You see, now I'm not released, Mr. Okumu, from my core function because you expect me to give you reports as mass on daily and evening. So I have my work, but still I must dedicate my duty as a trustee so that you don't make noise when we come to the AGM. So with those very many remarks, we have the financial compensation, meals allowance, subsistence allowance, and we also have transport allowance. And in case we invite an expert, I'm just going through the summary, in case we invite an expert in the forum and co-opted him, they are also compensated with a sitting allowance. So non-financial compensation, we will also indicate to you, particularly the professional indemnity cover, where they are covered, and cost of trainings, particularly when they attend trainings. I know sometimes training is a motive issue in our organization, and getting to be trained. And I want to also put a caveat. Trustees are entitled only, and secretariat are entitled for only one training. If it's international, it's one. You can't go for more than one training in a financial year, for particularly if it's international and it's budgeted and approved by RBA. So the cost of training, they must also go through what we call TPPK. It's mandatory. When you join, those of you who will join soon, you must be taken to the School of Insurance. You undergo exams every morning for 5 days. Pass mark is 70 or 80. Yes? 70. And the latest, those who are certified recently, Dr. Lomong went there, and I was really sympathetic because she had joined and she said, I want to face, where I come from, we used to face the knife. I want to face the knife immediately. So she went and passed very well. So all of them are passed. We must pay the School of Insurance for the attendance. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, because I want to sit down, Dr. Simon Peter is a man who observes strict adherence to time. So we set the parameters that the committee will have. We'll tell you the expense for full disclosure, so that if you leave this forum, please know how much the trustees are compensated. And I have talked to Henry respectively. I've told Sir Henry, we are going to pass this. Even if you leave, don't say you are not aware, and he has assured me the sponsor has no problem. So in terms of, sorry, I may not be following the structure because sometimes by side hustle, I teach. And while I teach, I like talking, understanding the concept, not following the slides. Ulisema slide inaitwa kwa Kiswahili? Kurasa. So sitting allowance, members, I had preempted for a board of trustees to sit in a meeting. They're entitled to 20,000 for each board and committee meeting. And the chairperson, and one thing I want to tell you, that when I joined the board, the chairperson used to receive 30,000 as sitting allowance. Victor here will bear me. I said I will take a pay cut. We are now reduced to 25. So, najua watu wanapenda pesa, lakini sometimes you look at the public good. So we are saying the chair will get 25 for a sitting allowance, and the trustee will get 20. And for the meals, if they sit through lunch, they may be compensated for an allowance of 2,000. If they are not paid, if they are not given lunch. I am sure that is what you used to do, Bwana Senior, and you will bear me witness. Kama nimeenda kombo, mimi ni mtu wa kukosolewa. Na subsistence allowance, if they go out of station, because they are board members and they are equal, including the director who is sitting on the board, they are only entitled to 18,200 for Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa. If they go to Naivasha, where I like most, is 15,000 for the evening. It's even lesser than the SRC rate on that. So, in terms of international, they can only go for 5 days maximum training. They can't go for 3 weeks or 7 days the way we go for ICAO certifications. They can only go for 5, of course excluding travels. But they are paid to the maximum of the UN circular for different countries. So each country, if you're going to Uganda, Tanzania, Singapore, Europe, they have different circular. They are different rates. So the regulator who is here guided that we adopt the UN circular, which is even less than SRC rate. True or not true? It's true. So transport allowance, they're entitled to come to the venue. They must be facilitated by air tickets, but they should not go to business class. They say, me, I'm a board member, I must come and drive. No, these are members' money. We use it prudently, and the ticket is economy. Whether you are going to America, going to where, with travel economy. And the compensation of mileage, if we are going to Naivasha or Kisumu or Thika or here in Westlands, you can, even if you have a vehicle, a machine, a BMW of 5,000 cc, we can only compensate you members to a tune of 1,800 cc, and the AA approved rate apply. Experts and invited guests, they are co-opted like another board member, and they are compensated equivalent to that board member. So that financial, of course, issues of professional indemnity, the scheme shall take up the professional indemnity liability cover for board from the reputable insurance company and the cost borne by the sponsor, not the scheme, and that has been the tradition. So in terms of accountability and transparency, I have mentioned everything, including the cost of training. I have indicated as per the training policy. So the policies that are in place will guide the trainings. If you have attended one, international, maybe two, domestic, that is full, you wait until the next financial year. In terms of the policy aligned to the requirements of the remuneration guidelines 2023, we are still aligning. We are still aligning to the policy and directive issued by the RBA. And where I come from, there is one thing we say, that men, while they are climbing to harvest trees, they fear their nakedness to be exposed. So if you are climbing up and you have a captula and you have people pulling you down, the captula down, you are likely not going to aim to bring down the fruits, but you will concentrate in covering your captula so that your nakedness is not exposed. That's where I come from. I don't know where Victor Jero comes from in Embu, whether they mind or they don't mind. Why am I saying this? Maybe they don't, yes? So, and somebody told me, when we propose this, my fellow good regulator, there's a terminology where they say, you cannot stop a diarrheaing patient by stitching the anus. It's not possible. Because you must treat the problem. Otherwise, you will not solve the problem. So we are here before you. We see if there is a proposer, a seconder. And one thing I want to tell you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these rates have been in place since 2013. I was being asked, why are you not, because the regulation now allows us to increase to the chairman 30 and the members 25. But we have said we will retain. We will retain the status as it is so that we don't have any increment because of our own consciousness that we are here to serve the people. And we have come to serve you. I will tell you for free, when I was contesting, people came from JKA to insist I contest. I did want to contest. But they told me you have a responsibility to serve us. And maybe that's why the first time I had 5 days to campaign and you voted for us overwhelmingly. So we are here to serve you, and our interest as a whole board, which is very dedicated and we are working as a team with the Secretariat, is to ensure that we have a fiduciary duty which we are individually and severally liable. So are we convinced, or this is too much, or too little, we increase? I want to get it, yes, Ochola. Patie microphone, aseme majina yake yote, for purposes of minuting.
Chair, let me take over from here. You have done your bit, thank you. Please have a seat.
Okay.
Karibu kiti. Karibu kiti. Watu wamesikia? Sorry. Thank you, Chair. You have obviously heard the extent to which we need to consider this option. Remuneration is not something we should shy away from discussing. To the best of my recollection, whether we are compliant is important, whether we have the right caliber of people in the board is important, and the time they spend to ensure that they protect our interests should be compensated to a reasonable level. Now, the chair has made a spirited discussion about it, and my job here really is to ensure that we get some kind of congruence. There was a discussion around a proposer and a seconder. I saw somebody Ochola ameweka mkono juu haraka sana. Apewe microphone.
Iko sawa.
Tusikie jina kamili na possibly also any other comment he might want to make, but the point is I'd like to be sure we have a proposer and a seconder.
In the interest of time, I do not want to take much time. I've heard what the chairman has said. Personally, I support. Wamefanya kazi mzuri. 2022, 2023 ilikuwa mbaya sana. And we were so annoyed. And now we are... Si tumeanza tumeanza kufeel vizuri. They are doing a good job, generally speaking. So, my name is Ochola Marco Chola. That's my name. Ama mnataka nirudie? Sawa sawa. So I beg to propose. You're within what is provided for. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There's a proposer. There's a gentleman next to you, next to the GM.
Thank you. My name is Calvin Opundo, a retiree, and I beg to second. What I don't know, the regulator can also guide. There's somewhere there which is a bit segregative on the part of capacity of the vehicle. I thought you could have just left it and said AA rates, because nobody will go and sell his vehicle because he's a trustee. And most vehicles nowadays, good vehicles goes at 2400 cc and 25. So I thought there it should be just AA rates. Thank you.
You're right. What do I say?
So, because I'm a governance individual, I have heard of a proposer and a second. Therefore, the motion has received positive feedback from the congregation today, the AGM. Now, there's a matter here around the CC of the car and so on. I don't think we have the luxury to go there because of the fact that that's not what we're here to do. Okay? So therefore, anybody with a conversation around what we are just discussing, let them speak now. Remuneration. There's a senior. Okay, please, go ahead. Microphone iko hapo, ni yako.
Thank you, MC. I think the fact that the current trustees decided even to lower the rates is evidence enough that they have a high level of integrity, because if you go to a parliament, they would vote for increasing their allowances. So this is a unique team. Thank you, I support.
Very well, Chair. I think that my item has been taken care of. And once again, members, thank you for allowing or giving the mandate to the board to proceed. I think this was a very small item. And to be honest, the impact is actually quite small as well on the business. What we need to be caring about is the caliber of board members, that they are complying with the regulations, and that they are keeping themselves professionally updated. I took a very important point from the chair, that the directors actually sit exams. And I think that's very, very, very important for us. They are actually licensed or have received license to continue their work from an independent body. With those few remarks, Chair, allow us to go to the question and answer session. I've talked about the question and answer session 3 times now. For the people who are online, I hope you've had a chance to put your questions on the chat functionality. If it has not worked, please let us know. For those who are in the room, this is the chance we have, another 10, maybe 20 minutes, to interrogate all the material we've seen since morning, all the reports we've seen since morning, where our concerns are. Let's have them registered and let the Board of Trustees, as well as the service providers, give us concrete and tangible responses to questions that we have. Now, if it was, I'm seeing the room has actually thinned out. maybe this thing about being a success chair is probably not a good thing. Watu wameona mambo ni mzuri wameenda nyumbani. Tungesema 4% alafu tukifika hapa tubadilishe. Because what I've noticed since we got here, I think about 30% of the people who were here when we started have disappeared. Let us assume the remainder have questions that we can answer now. So can we try and start with some questions? Questions, the room is open. There's a microphone. Joshua and the team have got a microphone. And let's have questions coming to the Board of Trustees and service providers. Questions. Let's look at the online questions first. Any questions for the Board of Trustees? Any questions for service providers? Okay, Pundo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, Board of Trustees, regulators. First and foremost, before I even fire a few questions here and there or comments, I must echo what has been stated here, that we have a very special trustee group, and I think they are doing a good job. This has been highlighted, and I must say the composition of the trustee this time has some quality. My first question, and this one should go to the both trustees and the fund manager. From the performance, you've seen what each portfolio item is doing. We have an asset. In fact, I think it's the only property that we have, which is valued at around $500 million. And look at the yield it's giving us, 26 million per annum. Even if it were you, and this asset is diminishing in terms of value, in terms of the remaining years. It has 24 years remaining. What are we still doing with this asset? I'd requested that since it is in the DB, probably because we have DC which is more secure, why don't DC buy it? But I met very stern opposition from my colleagues. Why don't we dispose of this asset and just put that money in treasury bond? Put that money in treasury bond or offshore investment. We will be talking of here over 100 million return. That would offset the actual deficit that we have in the DB scheme. So I want to implore upon the trustees, give this a serious thought, that if it might be possible, your first agenda is to go and sell this item. If that could be possible, then we will be talking of good returns here. Secondly, that was a comment, actually not a question. That was a comment. Secondly, I have a question. This is on administrative expense. This is the only area I saw in the accounts that had a slight, I must say, you are doing very well, and it comes with expenses. But administrative expenses for the DB and the DC had such a leap, a slightly higher leap. I think DB had 5M and DC 8M increase in expenditure. Maybe the trustees could explain what happened there. Then, still, this matter has come up before, and I want to just raise it again. And the fund manager had spoken about it. Why don't we continue diversifying this 80% concentration on the bonds and the bills? You say it's a safe investment, but there's nothing safe on this earth. I still believe the 80% is slightly higher. We could take this part of this money to other investments. So that you reduce it slowly, but not, of course it's very safe. But we've seen some things which worry us about governments. And I don't want to go into politics, but it is real now. The government can also fail to deliver on its promises. And that goes with the government bonds and bills. I believe the fund managers knows other areas which are equally good for such investments. Then lastly, because I don't want to make this be my only time, I've noticed, and the regulator spoke so well about how the sponsor has fundamental rights, which we've never questioned at all. In fact, we are very much appreciative of our sponsor, Kenya Airports Authority, and we thank the management and the board. However, this is our 2010 constitution. Our rights are equally fundamental as members. For instance, one of the issues which came about when you were talking about trustees. Now look at DB. DB has 8 trustees. And that is where we can state in quote, it is an insolvent scheme. I believe the investors here know it is an insolvent scheme because it's reporting a deficit of over 250 million. So, compare it with the DC. DC has only 6 trustees, and the DB has 8. Why is that number? Because this has effect on costs. So these are things which, if possible, should be reviewed. And the sponsor, again, because we know the sponsor is well, the interest of the sponsor is well taken care of by both the sponsor and the regulator. But for members, they want to feel to be part of the scheme. Why don't you reduce the number of the sponsors? I'm talking directly to the issue of that 8 trustees. Why don't we bring it down? And it's for the sponsor to concede a ground for the members. That is just another suggestion. And also a question to the regulator. Why? Why? Why 8? And it is an insolvent scheme, in quotes. I think I will rest at that and give my other colleagues a chance to also raise their points.
Thank you very much, our esteemed colleague, Mr. Pundo. So that we are a bit orderly, I'll allow 2 more people to ask questions. Then we'll allow the Board of Trustees to respond. Then we'll open the floor again for another 3 questions until the time we exhaust the discussion. So I'll allow 2 more people. Karibu sana. Willis.
Thank you, MC. Mine is not basically a question, but an emphasis on what Mr. Pundo has raised about the property in Westland. I've always raised, even when I was a trustee from 2009, I said that the expenses for the property are on the other side. And there is no way those expenses can be average about the same level year to year. So that is one thing. So number 2 is that the contract for the property was very poorly structured. It gave out a leeway. I'm sure now the current trustees should be able to really take out the gaps that were there that allowed leeway to the property manager to do what they want to do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So in actual fact, the second item, well, Chair, I think we'll have to combine the discussion of the Westlands property so that we don't have to go back to it again. Carry on, Mark.
Thank you, moderator. And thank you so much for this opportunity again. My name is Ochola. I have 2 issues. I remember when we were campaigning, the trustees were campaigning, and maybe I need a clarification. Perhaps I came a bit late. Pengine mtueleze. Maybe it had been raised, or maybe an explanation had been given before. But it is important for us who came a bit late to be able to get this information. Now, I remember when we were campaigning for us to elect you in office, one of very fundamental issues that were being discussed then was the issue of the insurance, the medical insurance. Perhaps I need, because in retirement, you all realize that there are only 2 things, very, very important. You may have all the properties, you may have everything, but cash flow becomes an issue. Cash flow becomes an issue. Second thing is a health issue. So I want this team, esteemed team, which I really appreciate under the stewardship of Dr. Rogers, because you have given us hope. I mean, when you were campaigning, we knew that you are going to give us hope, and you have already given us hope. I'm 17 years to retirement, and some of these things are very pertinent, and we want them to be very, very clear, especially for this team to address. What have you been able to do for the retirees when they retire in terms of medical health? Secondly, these people work. They work for KA for so many years. If you go to other companies, there are benefits and privileges after retirement. If you go to KQ here, for example, and I'm talking as a layman, I'm not talking as a technical person like Opundo was talking. I'm talking as a layman. The questions and the things that we are addressing here are very technical. A lot of us here may not really understand. You may take us for trainings on end so that we understand what we are discussing there. But we go to the very basic things that matter to us. So I've raised the issue of the medical scheme, because that was one thing that I think was being floated around when we were campaigning. Perhaps you may need to address us and tell us how far it has gone, or if there are any stumbling blocks, we will be able to understand. Secondly, is the issue of the welfare. If you go to KQ here, for example, they have rivets for the retirees. They come there, they're able to fly. They're able to fly. Wakati umetoka hii corporation, umeenda kwako, ni kama watu wamekusahau. Wewe umeenda. What are you doing as trustees to ensure that those who have retired still are feeling part of KEAA? And if not KEAA, there are those benefits that you are eligible and you are able to really feel, make you feel that you really worked for this organization for those many years. Thank you.
Very good. We are going to pause it there for now. And then we'll allow the Board of Trustees and their service providers, hopefully they can jump in and give some assurance regarding some of the questions that have been asked. At the same time, I want to remind the Board of Trustees that there are some questions from the online group that are projected on the screen. Just let me check. Are there any more? That's it. Total of 10. But I think some of these are relatively straightforward. So can we, Chair, with your indulgence, I think it's important that we, I've got able hands. Okay. You're gonna.
All right, so good afternoon, members, once again. I was here earlier for those who are a bit early. There's a set of quite a number of questions, and I'll propose that we first of all take the ones that will be handled by the service providers. So I'll ask maybe if we have an extra mic, or if you'd want to come over. We have questions for the administrator, we have questions for the fund manager, and we have a question also for the property. Although for the property may not be necessarily for the property manager, I can take that one. And I think custodian, MC, do you want to take these ones as well, or we deal with the ones that were? These ones first. Okay, fine. And as the administrator comes and the fund manager, allow me to just say something about the last question that has been asked by Ochola about insurance in retirement. So the approach we took is that we established a post-retirement medical fund. The way it is structured currently, it is optional for existing staff. But for new staff, it is mandatory. I'm saying currently, but there's a conversation going around that which I may not want to get into right now. So the provision is that as a member, as an active member, and I heard the regulator speak about this, is that you make a contribution currently at the rate of 4% of your basic salary, and then the employer or sponsor has been kind enough and has said they will match your contribution up to a maximum of 2,000 shillings. So I would encourage members to take advantage of that, such that when they have retired, they will have something to take care of their medical expenses. The other thing you've mentioned is about the issue of breaking down the information we are giving here to make it a bit simpler to chew. Yes, and if you listened to the chairman's remarks, we have scheduled first quarter of next year, which is our third quarter, to have what we are calling member education, members day and members education. So those will be coming to our different stations, and we are encouraging all members to participate in these forums because they are able to break down all this. And I have just not mentioned about the retirees in terms of medical insurance. Currently, as provisioned, and again, we are speaking of what we are able to do. We are not able, as a scheme, to provide medical insurance. However, what I've seen from our service providers is from time to time they do share with us very good packages which are which are, envisioned for senior citizens. And from the office of the trustees, and the secretariat, we can be able to always have that link so that they can be able to provide those to you. The one for property, allow me to say that it is a conversation that has crossed our minds in the Board of Trustees. We have had a preliminary look at that asset class, which is the property. We are still subjecting it to further review. And at the appropriate time, then the Board of Trustees, with engagement of the members, can make the best investment decision for that property. But as we speak, that decision has not been made yet, but it is a consideration. And with our risk and audit committee, we hope that that's one of the things that we shall also be looking at moving forward. So at this stage, I'll pause. Sorry, there's the issue of contract at Westlands from the question by Trustee Emeritus Nyandieka about the contract. It is like you are reading into some of our conversations in terms of some of the things we are looking at. What you will realize in terms of expenses is that property expenses is that as a property becomes old, the expenses, the maintenance does what? Goes up, isn't it? Even our own houses, as the house gets older, the maintenance costs go up. As we speak, there is a lift to be fixed, which had to be suspended because we are looking at the cash flows, they are not very good. There are other expenses that are calling for maintenance, but we have to suspend some of them because we feel that it will push even the expenses much higher. But we are on check of those expenses. All of them are justified in terms of how they are spent, but we have every effort to look and comp with a toothpick every expense to make sure that it gives value for money for our members. I'll pause there and then hand over first of all to Rotich. You can answer the questions that relate to the administration. You said we avoid these ones first? Okay. So the ones you picked while you're sitting.
Okay.
Avoid this first. Oh. This is the first round.
Okay. All right. I would think the question on administrative expenses. I have looked at the breakdown of the administrative expenses for both schemes. So that covers your fees to service providers, your obligations to the Retirement Benefits Authority, and all the other expenses that were incurred. If you look at your obligations to your service providers, there is actually no, I would say no big change. You will note that for the fund manager and the custodian, as your fund grows, their fee also increase. But the increment is not that huge. We also note that there were new trustees who came in during the financial year under review. So when they come in, they have to be inducted. They have to take time to be trained on how they will manage this scheme. Inductions happen within the board. Then they must attend the statutory training, the TDPK. We also had the board undertook the process of updating two very important documents. That is the trust deed and rules together with the governance policies. So these are heavy documents that requires the input of trustees, and those are provided there. So if you compare what was incurred in 2023 and what was incurred in 2024, the new items actually covers mostly on trainings, facilitation by way of gadgets to the incoming trustees, and induction.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Rotich. Any other question on admin? Before we go to this one.
Okay. I think that's
it. All right. Gekunju, there was a question on bonds in terms of risk.
Okay.
And then there was the other government. That's the bond, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and thanks, Victor. I will try to explain the thinking behind what we've been doing. We are well aware of the risks which are there when you're investing in government bonds. And this comes on the back of even what happened in Ghana. We are very aware of the restructuring and that happened with government bonds. And that's why, even when the question, and I'm very happy that you said safe is relative, that there is no investment that you say is 100% safe. And that is where you come to the issue of investment risk. That if you are assured that when you're going into these investments, you'll get this return, everyone would rush there, and it would erode the value that you're looking for. So what we do, we work in the framework that we've been given, both in the IPS and RBA guidelines. That in itself controls a bit of the risk that you have. Because if you have a limitation that you cannot invest more than this % in a particular security, that in itself covers the aspect of overexposure. I completely agree on diversification, and that is one of the cures of some of these risks. That as much as we're talking about government securities being relatively safer compared to other investments, because if you look at the issue of, for example, alternative investments, you're talking about private equity and other investments. If the government was to default, and I think I mentioned that when I was doing the presentation, those would actually be more hit compared to government securities. Imagine a bank, and I won't go into details, but more than 50% of government securities are held by banks. So that means as much as you can directly avoid exposure to government securities, if you have bought stocks in banks, you will still be hit from that angle. So that's why the issue of risk, you cannot completely eliminate risk. It's you diversify. We have, and that's why, and I've actually even liked the question on insulating against inflation. That's why you have things like property. That's why we're talking about offshore. And we've really tried to put a bit of the money that we have for this scheme offshore. That as much as we diversify from different sectors, you also have currency diversification. So the issue of risk and defaults, any government can default. And saying a bond is risk-free, because different bonds across the globe issued by different governments, we all say are risk-free, but it depends on the government that is issuing it. So what we can do, and I'll assure you members that we'll work in the constraints and the laid down guidelines by the IPS, by RBA to manage risk, but we cannot completely run away from investment risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Because we have already now, with those maybe 5 questions, taken 20 minutes, I would like us to focus our attention on what's already on the screen. If you'll allow me, I'll take it as follows. Bosco, big up to you. You have maybe... Big up to Bosco, big up to Bosco. You have 2 comments here. Bosco has really enlightened us as employees, and we welcome him more and more. Number 10. And then number 5, not a question really, just to appreciate the RBA rep. He knows his content and very educative. Asante sana, Bosco. So, yeah, hats off. You've done very well. Now, we're going to go one by one, and I hope we can simply get to it. How do we manage the custodial accounts, especially the ones invested globally? I don't think the word is global. It should be offshore. Any comments on that? Who's the chair of that? Who's going to go? You'll take 1 and 2? Together with the 14%, 14.7%? Go for it.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll take question 1 and question 2. And there was also a question on inflation. So because they overlap in a way, let me just answer the 3. Yeah. How do we manage the custodial accounts, especially the ones invested globally? And but according to RBA guidelines, pension schemes are allowed to go and invest offshore, definitely with a limit as to how much that you can put there directly, and also liquidity issues. You want to sell, is it possible to sell? From Kenya, you want to buy, is it possible to buy? So the guideline that has been given is you invest through a basket. You invest through a basket that has different investments. When you go out there, you will pick a basket with different stocks or with different instruments. So that in itself provides you liquidity. That if you want to sell, you're not selling a counter, you're not selling a company share, you're selling a fraction of the basket. That is what is called a mutual fund. And so it makes even reporting very easy when you come to the custodian. That a custodian already has affiliated brokers and people they work with globally. So in terms of reporting, it becomes very easy because you're not holding one. You're not holding one counter, you're not holding a company, you're holding a share of the basket. So that's how we do that. It has been very efficient, and historically pension schemes have made good money, both from the basket and also the currency movement from that. Is 14.7 net of returns. I can say that fund managers globally, according to global investment performance standards, are required to report gross of management fees, gross of custodial fees, and gross of administrative fees. It's standard. So whatever we report to your trustees is gross of that. When you come to this number, this is, I know I mentioned during my presentation, this is from when we came into office. So that is from 1st of October 2023 to 30th of September 2024. So this might not reflect in your statement. Let's be clear on that. There is one quarter that we were not in office, the first quarter. So the 14.7 is 12 months return from 1st of October 2023 when we came into office to 30th of September 2024. What is number 8? What is the minimum and maximum? How I'll take the second part. And how are they cushioned against inflation? One, I mentioned diversification and something like property. Property and commodities. They give you a very good hedge, a very good insulation against inflation. Because if inflation goes up, definitely something like rent, you escalate. The value of the property goes up. The more you get close to cash, the worse it gets when you come to inflation. So that's why, as your fund manager, we try as much as possible to be far away from cash, whether cash or deposits, because deposits are near cash. So we are very cognizant of the fact that we have to insulate membership against inflation.
Thank you very much. We're going to move very quickly now because some of these questions here are highly operational. For example, please explain more about the benefit of annuity and drawdown. I want to leave that challenge to the board when you do education. Here again, number 9, can members add on voluntary contribution to take advantage of tax exemption? If so, consider members' education on the same. That's also an educational matter. I don't want to go into that at this time. The other item is regarding Chair. Do you want to respond to number 9? They can add, that's for sure, but they can respond to that. That should not take you long. What is this about the maximum and minimum currently paid out to KA pensioners? Is that something, Chair, you want to tackle now? It's a very broad statement. The admin, maybe you can make a comment on that. Yeah, let's take those two quickly.
So, thank you, members. I want to assume you're talking about monthly pension, not lump sum. So, if you look at the DB, your monthly pension is a function of how long you are in the scheme as at 30th June 2011, and also your average salary. So if you had been in the scheme for a longer period, and you had a higher level of basic salary, your eventual monthly, the computation of your monthly pension will definitely be higher. If you are there, you might have been there with a high salary, but for a shorter period, that will also affect what you actually eventually get paid out. But if you look at the statistics, the list of retirees together with children and beneficiaries, it ranges between 16,000 per month to 200K per month. And when I say 16 is the total pot attributable to what a deceased member, what transition to their beneficiary. When it comes to the DC, this is subject to the market forces and invested under the DC rather. Question number 3, we still have some money in form of what has been remitted to us. Problem there. We are not licensed to hold money. What we do is keep records. So I suspect that this touches on arrears for the retirees. So what happened is, if the sponsor remits the arrears to the custodian, they will provide the trustees with a breakdown of whose arrears is actually relates to the amount that has been remitted. So our job is then to, together with the trustees, to identify X amount was paid with respect to retiree A. We do the computation, bring it back to the trustees for approval, and remit it to the account. So we identify the person in respect of has been contributed to the scheme. So we can only come in once that payment is has been closed. We don't hold monies. We don't hold money. There is a question, how much the scheme pays to the regulator in terms of RBA levy. You are currently doing the maximum amount of 5 million. So you're doing 5 million from both funds. And statutory levy is a function of your net assets. So the bigger you are, the maximum that you can actually pay is 5 million. So your assets are, I believe, above 4.5. If you go above 4.5, the maximum statutory levy that you can pay to RBA is capped at 5 million. So that's part of the administrative expenses, and that has not changed from last year to this financial year. Is there
another question for no? Can you take
7?
6.
How long does it take for one to receive their pension once they exit? I'll give the statutory timeline. From the date you make the application, it's 30 days. Not later than 30 days. Okay? Okay?
Just bear with us for a second. Is there a clarification you're seeking, sir? Yes. Let's get a clarification from you, sir. Microphone.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. You are trying to answer that. Is it question number, was it 7 or what? About the pension. The time frame. Number 6. You are saying that it takes 30 days. You'll have done with somebody's pension. But now, I'm told from my colleague from Eldoret that his dad passed some time back, but 2 years down the line, it has not been processed. The last Mr. Livingston Ruto, he was our mass. Thank you. Can the office concerned scrutinize those documents and see to it that that money is paid promptly, so that when we speak, we should not speak water and preach, vice versa. Thank you.
I think the point is made, Chair. We'll leave it to the able office holder or able office team to respond to that one. But maybe
Thank you very much. Let me help Robert. My good friend Asira Yusuf Ndugu. What he says is that sometimes during demise, the families don't agree. You see, and we sit, apart from doing other work, these trustees sit as quasi-judicial officers. They determine when wife 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1C shows up, for example. I'm not saying that case. They must sit and determine whose interests are these proceeds going to be vested on. So I'm not so sure about that instance of rule, but allow us to go check with the Secretariat and we will respond. Because what Trustee is saying here is that immediately you fill the forms of exit and you clear with the sponsor and all the records are filled, 30 days, you should be able to fill and receive your pension so that as you transit, there is no gap. That unaenda kwa ATM umezoea kwenda kwa ATM alafu hakuna kitu. So 30 days you get. Then the team of those who are retired, I'm told even the current one, Zamara, they were paying them on 19th. By 19th, wameanza kupata pension yao. Is it true? I was asking them 19 by end month mtu atakuwa tayari amesota. So but that is it. They are so efficient that you will not follow. One thing I can confirm for you, members, hakuna safari nyingi utafanya kutoka nyumbani hapa nyumbani, and Opundo you exited. I'm sure you can confirm this. Alois Siaya, you exited. Have you had problems? Yeah, it has been okay. So we want to assure you. Another aspect, Opundo, I'm happy. Opundo was my chairman at one time when we were doing other. I was also a board member in another issue. And thank you very much. I see you have a lot of wisdom on terms of alternative investment and all that. So the bonds are held to maturity, and we are looking at the what we call it, the coupon, the holding of the bond, and we agree it is safer to do business with the government. But we are also aware, and the conversation, and Trustee Doctor here can confirm, even the board, the other board is also confirming that we must consider diversification. And one of the diversification members we are considering is to look at IPS, investment policy statement. What does it say? This asset class, 2% maybe in property, 5% in guaranteed fund, that we are also going to discuss issues of guaranteed fund. Can these resources be put aside and is guaranteed for members? Is it worthy or it's not worthy? So the trustees are going to discuss that through investment committee. And then the property and also bonds, treasury bills, and quoted equities like Safaricom. There is a percentages that were guided by RBA. You cannot go beyond, or we cannot wake up one day and go to KCB and say, let's have more quoted equities in Equity Bank or Standard Chartered. So we have limitation of IPS which is guiding. Thank you very much for the intelligence.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Before we leave the stage, a question regarding training for office holders. I'm sure that can be dealt with. You have a chair dealing with admin. That should be very straightforward.
Number?
7. It says, are the trainings for the office holders only, or should members be selected on random basis? This is by Lillian.
Of course, the training in issue here, the facts in issue that members, the trustees must be trained. It is statutory. But we also have members training, and we will be visiting the stations. So please make time to come and listen. When 3 years ago, Okello here and other trustees who are there moved station to station. Unfortunately, some of us from JK here, you go open up, pitch up the tent for 2 days. People don't come. They don't show up. But out station, Kisumu, Mombasa there, I saw attendance was good. So for members who want to be trained, they are, even RBA, we are going to invite them to come. Bosco will be more than willing to come and train you when we have a member awareness that we are going to roll out. And the Secretariat, Juliana and the team, they are going to plan and share the schedules. I think that was the issue of Wanjiku.
That's okay, that's fine. There's something here that I'm struggling with. Question on to HR salaries. I don't know if that question is supposed to be.
That one can be answered by HR. You see, we are independent from KA. So, ile mambo yetu ya salary ya employer, maybe sisi wote ni employees huko. So, hiyo tutauliza mwajiri. Mtu hatuwezi jibu kwa niaba ya mwajiri. Na Ochola mambo ya PRMF, we promised, we delivered, my brother. True or not true, Victor? We promised we'll have post-retirement medical fund. We have set it in place. So, it's upon you to deduct. Kwanza wale mko na many years, please make sure uanze kukata kidogo kidogo. Ukiretire, umesoea kwenda Kakan, usiende kwa dispensary kidogo, alafu employer anakutolea 4,000. Tutaswitch talk board, Madam Dr. Rupe watuongezee hiyo 4,000, maybe wao wakicontribute kama 10k, so that watu wakiretire wasiende wakuwe condemned kukufa. Ama mkichukua from 4 to 6 Simon Peter, alafu ingine una top up. And my friend Tobias here was very consistent that he is leaving soon, but I wish he had known that tumekuwa na EPRMF. He can confirm to you that it's a good product, let's go for it. So I took promise here, and it was not hot air. Thank you.
I think Chair, it says the employer's contribution to a maximum of 2,000. Is it not? 2,000, right? 2,000. Say good order. There's a question here which I think should be very easy for the board members. What are the implications of transferring pension from another company like KA to a private one, now that we've tasted, etc.? There must be a way that pension can be transferred, but let's allow a competent authority to give us an idea. Hannah maybe can give us an answer. Director Hannah, Trustee, please give us an idea. Sure, no, you come up here. People need to see you also. You are here today. A clarification on this question also. Okay. No, Hannah. Yes. No, give it to him. You can bring it back. Then you can bring it back. It's important.
Thank you. Sorry for that interruption. That question is arising from one of the rules of the regulator. That when an organization, membership at large are transferring their service, this is not individual, because for individuals we know there are transfers. That's not a problem. Like the threat which was imminent to face this organization was that if we had moved to Adani, then the whole membership would move there and would transfer the pension to that of the scheme of Adani. Whereas we know very well our scheme is good and doing well, and we know where we've come from. What will protect us from such other schemes? Because Adani might out, but you never know. It might come back in one way or another. So that is the main concern. So when you're addressing it, let's look at it from that angle.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I may not be an expert on that matter. In fact, I'm looking for the CS and I think she has stepped out. But before I give my comments on what the TDL says, I just wanted to assure members about the issue of bonds. You realize that we had a span of, say, 2 years where our bonds had very high interest rates. And we were able to get bonds up to 18%. And we deliberately, as a board, went for those bonds so that we can cushion members in the years to come. So we feel that holding everything constant and trusting God that the government will not default, we feel that we'll be able to cushion ourselves. You know, it is more of a guaranteed position that we have taken. And the coupon rates that we shall get in those years will be able to cover us. And one of the strategies we are making as a board is to ensure that we hold these bonds to maturity. Of course, things can happen along the way, but our position is that we hold these bonds to maturity so that we're able to get that interest every 6 months, and that will help us manage our cash flows. And again, we have been fortunate that our contributions are able to cover the expenses and the withdrawals. So in terms of cash flow, as long as we plan ourselves well, we are working very well with the fund manager. Of course, they said we ask them very hard questions. We are putting them on their toes, and we trust God that the current year shall even be better. Now, on the issue of the Adani, I am not an expert. It's an issue that we have struggled with as a board. And there are various options that we are considering as a board. And I think some of those would be subject to RBA guiding us. One of the things we were saying, many members would feel comfortable remaining in the pension of KEA, even if you are to move and become a deferred member. So we'd want to ask RBA, is that possibility possible? Is that possible? Because many members may not feel comfortable going to a new scheme where you've worked here for 20 years. Some people may want to be deferred members, but RBA can guide us. Is that possible? Can you remain a deferred member? There are many, if you look at the financial statements, we have a large number of people who have left before the retirement age of 60 and they're still deferred members. That is one option we've been exploring. There's another option in our trust deed where we have an adherence policy where a new scheme can become like a child of our pension scheme. So they can form their pension scheme and then we become like the parent. So we manage their money. That is another possibility, and we among the options that we would want to discuss with RBA. The third option, which has happened to organizations that have been taken over, is people move to a new organization, and then everything of yours moves there, so that even your pension, the value of your pension is transferred to the new company in that pension scheme. So I think for us as a board, we have not concluded, but we'll be looking at the various options to be able to get the best value for money. And I believe RBA, I'm sure you've been following up that matter, and I'm sure you probably also have your input that you'll be able to guide us. But above all, I think for us is to ensure that our members get value. And like I was said earlier, for us, we are looking at every shilling. How can we multiply that shilling? How can that shilling be better? And also just to comment on the issue that Opundo raised on the expenses, you'll note that, for example, these facilities are a bit different from last year. We are looking at how do we cut costs? How do we save that shilling and multiply it, next year? So anything that we can be able to save on, we are strategizing on that. And I believe that even as the fund grows, we should be able to maintain very reasonable cost for the good of all of us. Thank you. Oh, okay. Then I think there's another one. The rate, the interest that has been distributed to members, Chair, before I go to that, is 10.4%. The fund manager has explained that 14, his performance, let me say that, when you have performed well even as a service provider, of course you have to, we check their performance, so he has blown his trumpet, but the interest that has been posted to our accounts is 10.4%. I think it's important for us to know that. And when you look at your statement, though I know you'll have member education, when you go to your statement and you try to compute the 10.4%, you'll only see it in a portion of contributions that are called registered portion. Because the registered portion is where you are not paying taxation. So 10.8 is on the registered portion. The other interest, the auditor mentioned that we pay interest at 30%. So whatever is member excess, employer excess, the interest has been subjected, the 10.4% has been subjected to 30%. So the interest in your statement may look like it's lower, but it is correct. The benefit of that is that when you retire, the entire portion, as you see your amount in the unregistered portion, is final. It will not be taxed again. So our interest distributed was 10.4%. When is the scheme starting to give loans to members? The scheme does not give loans to members. I think loans are given by, SACCO, the bank, but as a scheme, we cannot give money to the members. It is not even allowed in law. And remember, we are trying to put this money together so that when we retire at 60, you have, remember that check, we have been addicted. Let me use the word, we have been reminded that we are addicted to that message, that salary. So we are trying to save all this so that when we retire, we can be as comfortable as the pensioners we have seen today. So we do not offer loans to members. In fact, I think the encouragement is for us to save more now so that our salary, our pension then will be almost equal to what we are getting now. So let's go voluntary where we can, when the space slip starts breathing a bit, as we wait for the CBA to be signed off, but we don't give loans to members.
Anna, I want you to stop there for a second. I'd like to invite the regulator, RBA. Any comments you might have regarding especially item number 12? Any highlights you want to mention? Or anything you want to say before we move? Just want to give you a chance, Bosco. People like listening to you, so let's give you a chance before we shut down. As Bosco is coming up, I have an announcement to make. Anybody who came here driving, you can, as you leave, get your parking token stamped so you don't have to pay at the gate. Second announcement I'd like to make is that we have a medical camp, a free medical camp at JKIA, right outside Terminal 1 Echo. If you'd like to pass there on your way home, please feel free to do so. You can get a few checks done on your health before you go home. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. First, I'd like to apologize for following in the euphoria and saying 14. It's actually in my note here, I had said had to seek clarification if it was net. So members, thank you for being alert, because what you should get is net. And my apologies for also making you happy and saying 14. Now, in the issue of what would happen if there was a takeover, and I think Trustee Ann has answered it very well, so I'm not water it down. But we have options. Either they can be amalgamation, or we can have an adherence to that. Now, all these we are assuming, one, that whoever is coming to take over has a company that has a scheme already, and they are willing and ready to continue with a pension scheme. Because as I told you, pension is voluntary, other than NSF. That is why we, please don't cry about NSSF and the increases. That's your money. And always remember, you are a member of NSSF as a scheme. So next time they call for an AGM, attend. And I'm inciting you because I'm also a member. We should attend to see how our money is being used. So NSSF is maybe what will cushion us if someone comes in and says, we don't have a scheme and we don't care about a scheme. But if they do have, then now the options will be, would KAA as a scheme? Because you see, you'll be transitioning. So technically you'll remain employees of the same sponsor. It will only be probably the name that has changed, or the directorship, but the sponsor will be considered to be the same person. So as employees of the same sponsor, one, you cannot access your money. Unless now maybe you resign, and then you apply, and you get, you are absorbed after you've taken your money. Because again, if you come back and you're not accessed your money, we'll tell you, wait, you're still an employee. Those are now the intricacies of this. But then there's the other one of amalgamation. Now what will happen here is now the negotiations about the terms. Because someone might come and say, no, those rates are too high, I'm not giving. So now this one will be a power of our negotiation skills. So those are the most likely scenarios. However, if they say they're not interested in continuing with the scheme, then we can have our scheme being there as a dormant scheme, and we continue running it. Those are the options. Sorry, I think it's Mr. Opundo does something about, and sorry MC, I think it's a question that has not been answered. On DB, why is it that we have 8 trustees? Why don't we reduce it to manage the costs? One, you'll realize that in our DB, we have the minimum we can have in a DB is 3. There shall not be not less than 3 trustees. Now, the sponsor in a DB, the risk is with the sponsor. The sponsor is the one who funds. Even this deficit, it's coming from the sponsor. So members cannot have more than 1/3 of the total trusteeship in the as trustees. So 1/3 of 8, unfortunately, we can't have a fraction of a person. So now we'll have, I think that is the rationale of how your scheme is. And now that balance is also effective, and I think the sponsor looked at it in terms of, much as I have the say here, and I need good minds to manage this, then why don't I just put it equal? So I'm trying to think in the mind of your sponsor, but I think it's for the benefit of the scheme at the end of the day. Because the other chance is, akipunguza, it means even the member representative will be lower. It's not like our DC arrangement. Thank you.
Now that I have you on the stage, Bosco.
Yes.
Item number 11. explain more about the benefit of annuity and drawdown. I don't know if you have enough time to go through that there.
I can do that in 1 minute.
Thank you. Go for it.
But before I do that, it reminds me of someone had asked about a question of someone who's deceased, and I think it was answered by the chair and admin. But I'd like to reiterate, your pension does not form part of your estate. So when you're deceased, your pension funds will never, haitapelekwa public trustee, you can't contest it in court. That is why I was very key about stressing on you doing a nomination of beneficiary form to guide trustees. Now, in the case of death, we even tell trustees, don't be in a rush. Do your due diligence so that there are no complaints. Musiko mmelipa mtu pesa yote, Bosco had a wife in Nairobi, kumbe the real wife, real amin yule mwenye yuko recognized, yuko huko. Then after trustees have paid, watoto wanakuja na mama, and then where will trustees get money? Much as they indemnified. So we are saying trustees should take their time to ensure that the right persons are paid. The time we saying is also relative. They should not take undue necessary length of time. On the other hand, they should also take cognizance of, say, like children. So if you think an issue is dragging and there are dependents here who cannot, probably now being kicked out of school, then it is the prerogative of trustees to see how do we fund this as we continue adjudicating that issue. So it is important that they take the time, because if there's a complaint, we normally look at the administrative process. Did they do the right thing? Will not go to their decision, but rather if they did the right thing. Now, income drawdown and annuity, I'd like to challenge you. Trustees have said they will organize for member education. We can take with Rotich here like 3 hours on this. But the long and short of it is an annuity, you transfer the risk to an insurance provider. So you will decide and buy an annuity. There are various forms. So you'll be paid a monthly amount, which is determined when you sign that contract. Now, this contract, you'll be paid this amount until death. You remember we may outsource the risk. So you'll be paid until death. So if it is not a guaranteed annuity, after you die, then your spouse will be paid a certain amount depending on how you agreed to a certain point. However, if it's not guaranteed, if you received that money from KAA now, you went, bought an annuity in town from someone, on your way back, the maker called you, Ethiopia, inaenda. No, those are the risks associated. But remember, if you live even up to 120 years, they will continue paying you to that point. However, income drawdown, now the risk, and annuities are regulated by IRA, for your information, not RBA. So for IDD, now this is fully regulated by RBA. The risk is on you. You are the investor. So the amount, the principal, that 12% you are told is the maximum. Don't go necessarily for the 12%. You can even take 2 or 3% so that your longevity, you can take that money for, draw it down for longer. You can take it monthly or quarterly or yearly. You have a choice. You can even decide for the first 5 years, bado na kitu ya kuishi on, I'm not taking anything. Then you decide when you start taking it. So it has a lot of flexibility, and in terms of, in case you pass on, what happens, then your beneficiaries have much more control than in an annuity situation. So briefly, that is how it is, but you can go into the details once during member education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bosco. As usual, very refreshing to hear from you. Now, members, we've run out of time. We have run out of time. For the benefit of everybody who is here today, I'd like to thank you for coming. I'd like to thank you for participating. Before I wind up, I have an announcement to make. Please ensure that when you are leaving, your name is recorded, name and phone number. Secondly, remuneration for your participation here will be made within the next 7 days or so. And should you have any other burning or pressing question, please send it to the email address pensions@ka.go.ke, and we shall do everything in our power to respond to that question. Now, we have reached the point where we must close this session. And I am about to invite Director Dr. Lomon come and give a vote of thanks. Thereafter, followed by a prayer by our very own Sally Ato. But Director Dr. Lomong, Karibu, please come up to the stage. Give us a nice vote of thanks.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon once more. Yeah, we thank God that He has enabled us to be here. We've gone through a lot of deliberations. For me, it has been a successful AGM. Being the first time attending, I think I've liked the discussions, the deliberations, the openness of each and every one of us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. First and foremost, I want to appreciate all the pensioners, those who've attended physically. At this point, those who've signed, we are at 250. I believe some of us are yet to sign. 600 have attended online, which is also very good. So I want to appreciate you. You found time, you sacrificed, you left your work, and you knew it is important for you to come today. I want to appreciate our sponsor, led by our MD, for finding time also to be with us today. We understand his schedule. He is a busy man, but he found time and he was with us today. We want to appreciate Mr. Bosco, our regulator, RBA, for sensitizing our members. Today and always, you've been there. Even as trustees, they've been training us. They've really equipped us with a lot of skills and knowledge. We appreciate them. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all our service providers. You are all here today, and you've really taken us through well. I believe our members have confidence that what we are doing here, we are doing the right thing. Thank you, our custodian, our fund manager, our administrator, our auditor, and even our property custodian. We appreciate all of you. I want to thank the trustees, the secretariat team. All of us, actually, we are here. The trustees, that is to show you how committed we are. Yeah, we could have opted to send 3 members and find other things to do, but we knew it is important to be here because we have to be accountable. We have to do our fiduciary duty, and that is the reason we were all here. I want to thank our super powerful MC, Daktari. Thank you so much. Can we clap for him? Has indeed done a good job. Yeah, we want to appreciate Dr. Peter. You've done a good job. Sorry, we've delayed you, but slightly as per the program. But we really had to take time and deliberate on the issues, but you've really you've tried to manage the time. We want to thank you for that. Our event service providers, we appreciate all of you. Was it not for you, the event could not be this successful. The notice was short. We were able to cite the quotations. The time was brief, but you were all responsive enough, and we've enjoyed the breakfast. We've sat comfortably. The tents are good. The music. We appreciate all of you. We don't take that for granted. I want to just say one thing on the issue of the PPP. The trustee has really explained it well, but I want to give one assurance that us as trustees, and other than the trustees, also at the board of directors level, the interest of our employees come first. We can never take a risk of exposing the pension scheme, and we were alive to that fact. Even if the discussion had not been finalized, we could discuss most of the times we had our meetings so that we ensure that before any decision is made, how is our pension protected? So be assured of that. And in case such a thing comes again, of course, Adani now is gone, but we need to be alive to the fact that we need these projects. Maybe another PPP may come, but we give assurance to our employees and also our retirees that your pension will be safe. Thank you. Finally, let me mention something on post-medical retirement fund. We had started it, I'm now talking as a director. We had started it with the new employees that it was made to be compulsory, but we were sensitized that RBA gave the option of voluntary contribution. And at that point, we decided to stop that. We just want to encourage members that it is important, and we want to encourage them that please ensure that you contribute for your own safety. And I think the members who are a bit older should sensitize the young ones, because they feel like the Gen Zs feel like they don't need it, you know? At that 30, 25, you don't see the things how it will turn out at 60. So let's encourage our members so that since the employer is willing to contribute, let the members accept and volunteer to contribute. Up to that point, it's been great to be here. We've had good interactions. For those who came, I believe you managed to see each other. Like for the retirees who had left some time back, it was good seeing your colleagues again. You've exchanged ideas, you've shared experiences, and we look forward to our next AGM, and we hope that there will be maximum attendance. Thank you, and God bless you. For those who came late, my name is Dr. Lomong Rebecca. I'm a trustee. Thank you.
A big hand for Director Dr. Lomong. And thank you very much, Director, for making yourself available today. That was quite a strong vote of thanks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are calling up to the stage Madame Sally Ator, the one, the only, my esteemed colleague, mtu wangu. Sally Ator, I'm always happy to see you. Always happy. Nimemwambia tuombee ile ya nguvu. Ile ya nguvu kabisa. Ndio tuende nyumbani. Tafadhali tusimame na tuamini.
Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, we are grateful this afternoon, Lord, that you have been with us from the beginning of this meeting, my Father. You have seen us through the whole process, my Father. Even when we started planning for this meeting, Lord, we committed each and every step unto you, Lord. And Lord, today we are here to declare that you are a faithful God. Father, we thank you because of all the members who were able to attend this meeting. Thank you even for the service providers. Thank you for all the pensioners who have managed to come, who have turned out in large numbers. Father, we thank you because you have given us good health. You have kept us from the time when we left this authority. And Lord, we are still able to attend the meetings. We give you glory. We give you honor. Father, we thank you for the far you have taken this scheme. From the time that we had challenges, my Father, you have enabled the scheme to rise to the level where it is, my Father. Father, we thank you and we praise you because, Lord, when we look up to you and when we trust you, all shall go well with us, oh dear Lord. We thank you for every member who has found time to be here. Father, we pray that you continue to keep us together as we continue with this journey of the pension scheme. Thank you for our employer, the sponsor. Thank you even for the MD who was able to attend this meeting today. We don't take it for granted because we know he has a busy schedule. Thank you for the board of directors who are represented by one able Dr. Lomong. Thank you, Lord, for the senior managers who are also present. Thank you for each and everyone. Thank you even for those who have served us, dear Lord. We give you praise, we give you honor. Father, even as we depart from here, we will live physically but spiritually, Lord, we remain connected. Father, be with us as we travel back to our homes, as those others who go back to their work, my Father, be with them. We praise you, we honor you, and we glorify your name because indeed, Lord, you are a great and wonderful God. We thank you and we bless you for this, we pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Sally. Amen. Thank you, Sally. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Chair. I'm reminding them one last time. I would like to remind the members here one more time. Please register yourself at the door, at the desk outside. And once again, thank you for coming. Mbarikiwe sana.
Nina siri na Yesu yanifanya